like the cool blue light, 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 like the cool blue light.
stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra, as heard from those positions. Now, when played back simultaneously on 2 separate systems, the sounds are blended together to achieve a new dimension in sound, impossible to obtain in a monaural recording.
Sorry, just trying to get my shit together. We're getting ready to do a show, folks. Mother effers. You excited about that? Let me get it all fired up. Didn't have time to do that. Okay. Yeah, so we're in here because I'm having some issues with Twitch today, but also I kind of want to just try it. I had a bunch of you guys say we should try YouTube, so we're going to try it. I mean, we always put the VODs up here, but it's rare that we stream here. So anyway, let's do it. Let's see. I need to have core save. Okay. All right, I can call John and we can go ahead with the plan. Record. Test 1 2 1 2. Oh, he didn't pick right up. That's crazy. Oh.
Hello.
You guys answered
Hi.
at the exact same time. Exact same.
Hi. Why can't I hear anything?
I don't know.
I have. We can hear Bo. He's cursing.
He can't hear us.
I can't hear you, Scott. I think I'm okay on my end.
Oh. Both John and I hear you, but you no hear us.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear us now. Okay. What was
Something
it?
maybe was not right. Well, my speakers were set to default in Discord, which could be anything, I guess.
That's true. I hate the way that happens.
I thought I beat John for once, but I don't think.
You answered. I'm like to the millisecond. You guys both turned, went from gray to normal at the exact same time. John spoke up before you did, but I think you tied.
But I had audio problems, which just DQs me essentially.
Yeah, that's a
in
good
a
point.
tie situation.
It's a good point. Hold on one sec here. So, all right. So, chat, we're here. We're on YouTube tonight for a couple of reasons. One, I had issues with Twitch today, and I don't want to fight those all night. But also, we thought, hey, why don't we try YouTube?
Oh,
and so
we
we're
got
gonna.
baby.
Uh-oh, baby.
Hi, baby. You
got
wanna
a
say
baby?
hi?
Oh, I don't have video up. Hold on.
Say hello.
Can we hear?
Nice. Hello, everyone in the chat room.
Hello, chat. Bo, what are you eating tonight?
Wanna
What do you
say
got?
You guys are all super.
What's dinner tonight? What do you got?
Oh, I'm too ashamed to say.
Really? Can't be that
It's
bad.
McDonald's.
Oh, I like McD's.
I didn't eat, and it's like 20 minutes before show, and I wanted to try and pound something back as quickly as possible.
I do that sometimes. Don't feel bad. I had a Big Mac 2 days ago. I regretted it also, but you know.
This is what I mean. I need more time to devote to this thing we do, so I don't make decisions like this.
bad late work, get home, get a podcast going, food decisions.
Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that.
I'm pouring myself a
Or, you know, get home, mistakenly log into Skyrim instead of doing chores or making food, and then it's 9 or 10 o'clock, and
wait,
like, well, I guess I'm ordering.
Did you really play Skyrim? You didn't do that.
All right, Scott.
Well,
if you let me into the video, I can show off baby.
Okay.
Have you seen the show
He's
notes?
here. He's ready.
No, I
feel
missed
like got
it. Did you really
I got
play?
a big, well, let's wait. I feel like I got a big one this week.
I missed that
Or you can
entirely.
look, whatever. It's not a secret.
Let's see. Skyrim.
Alright,
Oh, because you did VR. Duh.
He's bringing the baby. There he is.
All right, here's the baby.
Hi.
Hold on. Let's make sure you're in view here.
Grim.
Yep, there he is.
You want me
Look,
here?
you
I
guys.
named a D&D character after Skyrim.
You help get that over his head. He
Every
apparently
time I
wants
see
to
that
get
kid, he's
that.
got new hair. New longer
Baby
hair.
time. Hello.
Look how long his hair is.
You look over there, bud. You're looking the
Only
wrong
he
way.
can hear us. Hello.
Look in that direction.
Your dad is
Hello.
a psycho.
He's that right there.
Blink twice.
He's that.
Yeah, if you need help,
need
let
to-
us know. Say, make a face.
He doesn't care. He just
Hey,
wants to hear.
Scott, it's only us that can hear. We should be nice. Hello there. How are you, young man?
Hello. We would like to be a good influence on you as your dad's friends.
Right.
Yes, ignore the weird older man who's saying strange things. And say hello to me. I like Minecraft.
You're into what the kids are into.
Hello. And Roblox. Too.
Hi, buddy. Hi. Can you see
You
us?
play Roblox?
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Someday, are you gonna
Okay,
play
there
Dungeons
we
and
go.
Dragons with us?
Dada.
You want to play D&D? You can be
Don't steal that.
you can
I
be a
need
little goblin.
10
I
years,
need
we need
that
to
for
get all the
recording.
youngins, the TWBD youngins, and do
Nope.
teenager. You know how like the boys is doing a Gen X or college, like we get
Yeah.
all the young adults
Sure.
and run a young adult game.
Did I tell you I finished The Boys season
You don't know
3
what to
there?
do with it.
Yeah,
Oh,
what'd
Yeah.
you think?
It was really good.
Yep, that's how
Pretty
it
good, eh?
works.
Yeah.
Talk into it just
That
like
thing
that.
is
Pushing
too.
the envelope in their own way, and it's kind of fun and gross.
It's pretty gross, but man,
Okay,
I didn't
say
know.
Hello, everybody.
I didn't
It's
know
your time. It's your
on
time to
TV.
be podcaster like Dad. Say hello.
Hi, buddy.
Say hello.
Podcaster boy.
Yep. Let me just wait on the
No,
boys.
don't scratch the microphone. That's not good.
I didn't know I was going to be rooting
Can
so
you say
hard
hello?
for Kimiko and freaking Frenchie.
Frenchie? Yeah, they're great.
All right.
They're the most
All right,
wholesome
well,
relationship
ending
on
the podcasting
television
career
right now.
right
They're
there.
wholesome yet, you know.
On the show that is the
Frenchie's
last
like,
thing.
oh, Frenchie's constantly got like
Yeah.
drugs in him the whole season.
That's
Sorry,
what
we
I'm
didn't say
saying.
too much while he was on. If your young lad asks you about the boys, I apologize.
Yeah, The Boys is something, man. I'll tell you.
I don't know how
You guys
it came out.
talk to him about the boys?
No.
My goodness, what
no.
are you guys doing?
We talked about Herogasm and how that
Uh-huh.
went. Yeah. That's a good
How
time.
great Soldier Boy is. He's bringing back the good old days.
Yeah, coming back Captain America style with his business. Yeah, I didn't.
Oh,
I
weird.
caught up on that thing, and man, that show goes places.
It's so good.
It's very good.
So good.
Kimiko and Frenchie though are my favorite wholesome couple on the entire planet. I love them.
They are.
I want
Yeah,
them to
they're
succeed.
amazing.
Yeah, and I like
Root
when
for 'em.
I like when she goes full bloody ninja and just tears everybody to shreds. That's never a bad time when she does that.
Oh, you like the dildo fight?
I like the dildo fight, if I'm honest. It reminded me of
There's a lot going on there.
it reminded me of Saints Row the Third. All the dildos flying around.
Yeah, but you know, if superheroes were a thing, there would be sex toys themed after them, right? Like,
Guaranteed. That's already true of like stuff in our life. Like if you wanted, you could get one that looks like. You could go get a matching set of like
get a Donald
Hillary
Trump one,
Clinton
I'm
and
sure.
Donald Trump. Yeah, you could get both, the Clinton and the Trump matching set, and
Well.
it's up to you which one goes in the bum. You know,
sure.
so make that choice carefully. Crystal clear, no sugar drink. It's gross. Let's put this over here.
It's gross.
It's not great. Let me check on my
No
Odyssey,
sugar drink.
My Odyssey
water?
reinstall.
I hate the sun. I gotta figure something out about this. It's getting worse. It started okay, but now I feel like
it's like
it's just-
attacking you. It's a
I
precision
know,
attack.
it's-
Oh my gosh! Look
Mine
at
is
that.
like
right
a-
there.
Mine is just carpet bombs me with light when it comes in, but yours is like.
Yeah, his
No,
are
mine's like here's a line of dots to really just mess with your day.
Yours are
happened?
AOE.
That
Or
never
Bo,
happened
Bo has AOE sunlight. You have direct damage.
Dots.
Yeah,
More
dots.
dots.
More dots.
Dots, more dots.
Yeah, you have 3
single
dots.
target DPS light.
I like the one. Even when you pull back, you still get a real
I
sharp.
know.
one on
I
your
get
nose.
like Rudolph nose.
It's a good
Oh,
look.
John, with your pasty nose so white,
Yeah.
won't you guide my sleigh tonight?
Good look. Man, that baby
Also,
with
when
the-
it hits my facial hair, it makes my hair look gray, so it almost is like aging sunbeams.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like-
look at that.
Hold on. Let's see. Can't.
You look like a
can't do
bar
it
chart.
weird.
You
Yeah,
look like a
look at
bar
that.
chart,
Looks
like a USA Today bar chart. And I'm
I look
supposed
like
to.
I'm old only where the light touches.
Yeah,
It's like
well, I
an
have
Indiana
that.
Jones trap.
Look at these.
Do-do-do-do.
See, I got those. And mine don't come from light. They come from time. The passage of time. All right. We can do this. Oh, one other thing. So a couple things that are non-game related. So the boys, real good. Finished that. Have you seen anyone seen Prey besides me? I guess John did.
Yep,
I have.
I did.
Oh, you
I
did?
did.
What'd you think? Did you like it? Prey's good,
It
yeah?
was awesome. It was awesome.
And then, well, that'll matter later on the show when I explain something. And then,
I only had one little complaint, but I don't
Oh,
know.
really?
It's so petty.
is it a
I-
spoilery
I
type
don't
thing
wanna
or no?
Be the guy.
Was it spoilery or
You know,
no?
it was just how she was smiling at the end. It was like,
Wait.
I just think they should have picked a different take or a shot. She like they just show her like smiling. Like she's having your brother just died, dude. She's all like, sweet.
She beat the predator.
Beat the predator. If you can't smile
fine.
about that, what can you smile
Yeah.
about?
Yeah, I don't know. They're like, I guess maybe I'm just informing history from unsentimental pictures. Like nobody really smiled in that era. They stood in front of the camera.
No,
So
there's a reason for that. Well, they didn't have cameras.
That's
in
a
1700s,
2023 smile. That's not a period smile.
But those
you know?
1800 smiles, those 1800 pictures, no one smiles because they had to sit for so long. So they just sit there and not move because the way those flashes and exposures worked is you would make the exposure, but you had to sit there for like 3 minutes and not budge. And so nobody smiled back then.
That's true.
So it gives you this feeling that no one ever
It
smiled.
felt like it had a 2023 vibe to it. Okay,
Sure.
that's my only complaint. It was a good movie. I really enjoyed it. I just thought, like, I don't know. It just seemed like, I really want to be like the chief and want people to listen to me, but then like it would be like, man, the price was really high, kind of thing. But
Sure.
I don't know. It just felt like sweet, I got a new iPad smile. I just didn't like it. I was
You
like,
got an
what a
N64
weird
for
note to
Christmas.
end on, but
Yeah,
fine.
no, I get it, but she saved her people, right? So that's
Yeah.
cool. Her whole village. They're all good. Well, except her brother and like half the warriors.
Saved him
But
from the predators, but not the white man.
the freaking French
Sorry,
dirtbag
I don't
man.
know why I went there. Just it's
don't
on
either.
your mind, right? You're like, there's a tragic end to all of this.
Yeah, there is an end. Tragic is one way of
But
putting
it
it.
was a good movie. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. Okay, so the other thing I was going to suggest, because now my next thing is Better Call Saul. That's what I'm lined up for now.
Yeah.
So I'll be catching up on that final season. However, in between all that, while I was waiting for the finale to finish, I watched the entirety of a Hulu FX show called The Old Man, with Jeff Bridges and I forgot his name all of a sudden. Oh my gosh, Third Rock from the Sun. He's the preacher.
French Stewart.
No, he's the preacher from
John Lithgow.
Yes, thank you, John Lithgow. I don't know why I was going so far back in his career for some of that. But anyway, that dude is in it. And him and Jeff Bridges, I think, are giving some of their best performance they've given in maybe years. Just give those guys Emmys. Just do it. You're probably going to get everything to Saul next year, this next Emmys. But I'm telling you, these guys deserve it. They're really good. And it's this spy show, this spy miniseries, 7 episodes long, where, without spoiling anything, it's obvious in the first thing, but Jeff Bridges is an aging guy that's not even supposed to be alive, but he used to be a big-time spy, worked for the government, worked for overseas stuff, was like secret ops all the time, and now shit's hitting the fan, and he's got to do some stuff, and it's freaking great. It's really good.
What's that called?
It's called The Old
Town?
Man. The Old Man.
The Old Man.
And I highly recommend it. Cannot say enough about it. Hold on one sec. There we go. It's very good. And the girl that played Maybe on Arrested Development, she's in it.
Why-
She's very
La
good.
la 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 la.
Violet,
la,
you're
la,
turning
la.
violet. Violet?
Oh, did I turn violet?
Yeah.
Turn
Oh.
blue for like 10 minutes.
Am I good
or
now?
10 seconds.
10 minutes?
No wonder Bo thinks I talked about solitaire for 20 minutes. His
It's
sense
true.
of time is extraordinarily off.
I think people experience time at different rates.
I don't
for
know.
sure.
I know I do. Everything goes too fast for me. And no, I never get bored. I don't know what boredom feels like anymore. There's not enough
I'm
time.
butchering this, but something about one of those neurological podcasts, like in different states, your perception of time does dilate.
Yeah. Oh, really? Is that
So,
true?
like,
I
Yeah,
didn't know that.
because you're like, if you're making more micro decisions at a more frequent pace, then time slows down because there's more slivers.
Oh, I need to do
brain
more of that
processes.
then, because right now mine must be in big swaths. Because I'm.
But like you'd imagine, everyone's shaped differently. So why wouldn't your brain operate differently between people?
Sure.
Maybe some people actually have poor sense of time.
Poor time
You want to know
perception.
an impressive fact about me?
Mm.
I experience time exactly right.
The way
100%
so,
correct.
So you're
Yeah.
the Geneva of time.
Yeah,
of
you
people?
could set the benchmark for time, like how other people experience time to how I experience time.
Wow.
I don't know that you can actually know that, but
No, I do.
I
I,
like-
asked a doctor.
Uh huh. I like this story. You
As
asked
a
the
constant
doctor.
state, or like when you're in high effort,
All the
does it
time.
change?
Just all the time.
Wait, what did the doctor say? He went, "You, John, I'm
He
happy to
did
tell
the
you."
tongue compression,
Yeah, that was all it took.
and he said, "Did you have your tonsils taken out?" And I said, "Yeah."
Yeah.
And he goes, "Okay, I see that." And
Yeah.
then he said, "Do you experience time perfectly accurately?" And I said, "I think so."
Yeah.
And he said, "About how long have we been having this conversation?" And I told him exactly, and he said, "You got it."
Wow.
Oh,
Now
wow,
now I question modern medicine in a way that I hadn't
Yeah.
I
previously.
experienced time in all kinds of strange ways.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, exactly.
no doubt.
That's
All
exactly
right.
right.
Well, I'm glad you can tell us when we've gone too long tonight.
If I say it feels like the week has been going long, it's because it is. It's
All
because
right.
it has.
Because you have perfect perception of time.
Yeah,
Wouldn't the
that's
weeks
right.
all be the same stretch of time though? 'Cause
You would think so, but it turns out no.
So even a
Blow your
broken,
mind further. It's,
even a
changes.
broken John can be right twice a day. Is that what the is
Yeah,
that my
that's
takeaway?
right.
Okay.
That's right. This is all true.
All right.
Everything is everything that I said is true because I said it. That's it.
All right.
I guess if there are ripples of time,
Ripples of
that
Time is
were
my favorite movies.
objectively like different, like lengths or shapes or sizes, but we still experience it the same way, we wouldn't know. We know how, like, maybe if you were a fish when the water was rippling at the top, you probably maybe don't perceive it or notice it. You know?
Oh, is that? Do they not know that? Do fish not know the top? I always assume like no fish is going to say, "Boy, I sure like camping out in the woods." They're never going to say that because they don't know what the frick that is. But I always assumed that they knew there was like a level up there that if they went further than that, they're in trouble. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, probably. I'm just,
I don't know actually.
I'm
I have
just
no
having
idea.
fun having out there thoughts. Maybe that's not a good analogy.
No, I like it. I've never. I've always assumed this, but maybe it's not true. Maybe fish have no idea.
I mean, really, nobody really knows what time is either. So,
And I
there's a lot
shouldn't.
of theories about what it is, but it may not even exist.
I probably shouldn't use like my multiple viewings of like Finding Nemo as my fish evidence that they know what the water is and what's going on.
You know what my theory is? This one's just a theory on what fish think
Give
most
it.
of the time.
Give it.
Is I hope I don't get eaten today.
Yeah. Yep. And you would know exactly what time that feeding was going to happen because you're like a clock.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, 100%.
Nailed it.
You hope you don't get
Eaten. Yeah. If you're a fish, you don't want to get eaten.
Yeah, you don't want to get eaten.
Oh,
It's a constant worry. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, how great is
rabbits
it that we
probably
don't
feel
worry
the
about
same way.
that, right?
What?
Like, how many animals got to worry about that, but not us?
That's true.
I mean, I worry about it.
You worry about
I don't-
something eating you?
If I
mean,
go in the ocean or the woods, I consider it a very real possibility.
yeah.
So just don't go to the woods, and you never have to think about
Well,
it.
yeah,
That's what
I
mean.
don't. That's what I'm saying. I make my life decisions based around a general fear. Of
Have you ever been? I had a bear come into a camp I was sleeping in once, and then fiddle. Oh yeah, fiddle around with stuff like just the food that was there, and tried to open a cooler, which is how we heard him. So we woke up and we all looked out and we saw the shadow of him. You couldn't use your flashlights. You want to piss him off or something.
Was that boys' camp?
No, this was a big family like reunion thing.
shit.
It was the same trip where we found there was a storm one day and we found rattlesnakes hiding under our tent. So that was fun.
Oh my god! Jeez.
So I was in danger that week,
This
and
needs to be a feature film.
it was great. It was
Oh
great.
my god!
Never
So
forgot.
you had rattlesnakes under your tent.
Rattlesnakes under the tent, and my brother Mark pulled out an axe and cut their heads off once we moved the tent because we got everybody out of the tent. Wind's blowing, it's raining really hard. It's down
They
the
keep
lake pedal.
going after you kill them too, right? It's
Oh yeah, oh yeah. You can kill them for a long time and they'll still move. Like one time we cooked one. It was a whole different trip. My brother-in-law Richard killed a rattler, big one too. Got in trouble because it was a subspecies that's kind of rare where we were. Anyway, I don't think you're supposed to kill it, but he killed it, kept the rattle, and then skinned it. And then let it sit there for a while, and it was motionless, just no head. It's the skinned body. It's done. It's not alive. But then he put it on the grill, and this thing starts going like wiggling all over the place and moving everywhere, and did for a long time. So
Still some juice left in the nervous system. Huh?
yeah, I think that's what it is. It's like when you see those videos of them putting salt on or soy sauce on like a dead squid, and it starts to kick around.
Nope, but I'm still interested. I've never seen it. But
Oh, you should watch that. That's
soy
awesome.
sauce on a dead squid is
Have you
words
really?
I've never heard together before.
Oh, you
no?
got to see this. It's like a dish in Japan, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
Squid
But the
dish.
bear, I want to hear more about the bear too.
The bear just banged around for a while and then left. And then we got out called the.
That's scary.
It was
what
scary.
What kind of bear was it? A brown
Just a
bear?
Yeah, like a
Black bear,
brown. It was a
grizzly?
brown bear. It wasn't a grizzly. It was like some kind of brown bear. You know.
That's scary. Oh my god.
It was scary. We had to report it to the national or to the Forest Service, whoever they were, and they had to like go and comb everywhere, see where the thing had gone, try to track it. And I remember my sister was all worried they were going to put it down or something. I don't remember what happened in the end, but okay, here you go. Dancing squid, they call it. All right, Bo, I'm about to make your day.
You're about to make my evening.
Worse, possibly. You know, like
All right, I gotta get primed for the show.
dancing. Hold on. Squid.
All right. And chat room, how is it in there? Is it comfy in the YouTube chat room?
Yeah, y'all all right?
You guys got the water circulating?
I mean,
chat pool.
if anyone's over in the Twitch thing, if you want to just put a note in their chat over there, if someone says anything, if they're there
The
for
chat room's not a lake. No shitting in it.
yeah, no shitting in the lake, please. Okay, here you go. This is a YouTube video for you and John of the phenomenon known as the Japanese dancing squid. And I don't know where this actually probably is
Is
later.
there a good
in the video.
timestamp?
That's what I'm going to find here. I didn't realize they gave you the whole damn thing.
Oh,
Okay.
geez, yeah, there's a lot of this.
About 12 minutes in. So you're going to want to go here.
12.
I can probably share it with that timestamp. Yeah.
Oh, I'm at 12 now.
Are you? Okay, watch from 12
Taking it
forward
to a
there.
pan.
And so you see these
Zoomed
dishes.
in on the little like holes.
Yeah, and they're dead, right?
Yeah.
But now, here comes the soy sauce with all the salt that's going to affect their brains or their nervous
Salt
systems.
conducts electricity.
I don't know why they're taking so long. Why is this taking... Oh, there we go. Okay, so it's actually closer to 13 something.
Okay.
Do you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Look at that. It starts freaking out. Here, chat.
Oh
I don't know why
my
I'm not
god.
showing you.
Ah!
That doesn't help my. That
That's
doesn't make me
awesome.
hungrier.
No, I think it has the opposite effect on me.
Yeah, like I love calamari and stuff like that, but you need to keep it like as far away from me identifying what I'm eating as possible. The closer I am to knowing what I'm eating, the less happy I am with what I'm eating.
Yeah. It's gnarly that they do this.
Man, how scared would you be if you didn't know about that interaction and it just happened? Like you're
I know.
you're eating something, you pour salt all over it. Like, ah!
Little waiter comes by and just pours a little soy sauce on it and freaks the hell
It's
out
like,
of
hello,
everybody.
sir. Welcome to the restaurant.
Yeah. Have you seen this? Bah! Yeah, that's something else. All right. Well, dead food, undead food to video games. That's the trajectory we're on, everybody.
Just give me 2 minutes. I have to be here.
2 minutes. Bo's going to pee. 2 minutes. He's going to pee. Yeah, what do
Maybe
you,
do
John?
something else. Who knows?
What's your over-under on Bo making it back in 2 minutes?
I don't think he's gonna do it.
You think it'll be... Well, I should start a timer.
I think it will be longer.
Hold on here. Start a timer for 2 minutes. Okay, here we go.
He's already back.
Is he?
He needed a minute.
Oh,
no,
well.
he's gone.
Oh, he's gone. Okay, so we'll hear this alarm.
Well, and we started that late, so really,
He will have 2 minutes and like 10 seconds
yeah.
by the time he gets back. If he indeed's come back in that quick a time.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. I watched She-Hulk today.
Oh,
Thought it
I
was
forgot today is the premiere. They get two episodes, or what'd you get?
I think just one.
Oh, okay.
If there was more than one, I only watched one. But I like it.
Yeah.
That show's good. That show's exactly what I wanted it to be.
Well,
And it's lighthearted, it's funny,
yeah.
and it seems fun.
I want to see it.
Yeah, it's good.
I have high hopes for it. Was this the Ruffalo heavy one where she figures out who she is and all that, or is that spoilery? I don't know.
This is that's the thing. If you watch the trailer, you pretty much saw most of this episode, but that also makes me feel a little better.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, it feels like 90% of the trailer came from this episode. So I'm now kind of more interested because they haven't shown too much.
How about like courtroom stuff? Any of that yet?
No, not a lot. A little bit.
Okay. That
Um,
stuff I'm curious about because I think that stuff's hard to do and
Yeah.
make. I don't know. It works well in the comics, I think, for her, but I just don't know how it works in an entire series. I have really high hopes though for that show, so I will take your word for it, and I will.
Yeah, because I like
do
the
it.
She-Hulk comics. They're good. I like them, best when they're comedic,
Yeah,
self-referential, courtroom business. Like, I like that stuff.
that's what I ended up liking about Loki. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to take it seriously because some of those ideas are pretty wackadoo. But in the end, I really liked it. And I think part of it was just not afraid to be funny and self-referential, a little fourth wall breaking. Oh, timer's off. Hold on.
Oh,
You hear that?
no, he's not back. I thought he was going to be back right at it. But
I wonder how. Okay, I'll repeat it. All right, so it's 2 minutes. We're now starting a second 2-minute timer.
yeah.
And when he comes back, we can say, Bo, you took 5 minutes to
Yeah.
pee.
But in bow time, that's about 20 minutes. He took about 20 minutes to do.
That's a long time.
Because, as we know, he thought the solitaire conversation was 20 minutes. He
Yep.
said we spent 20 minutes on solitaire.
Yeah.
It was 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah.
I have an
420.
Excel document, Scott. Just
Yeah.
tell you this.
Yeah.
It's titled Petty,
Oh.
is what I called it.
You
And
got-
I timestamped the entire episode of Core.
That's amazing. Wait,
I
where's
can tell you how long we talked about anything.
Okay.
From pre-show to end show. I
okay?
can tell you exactly how long any segment was.
That's fantastic. 420. That's like weed, right?
Yeah.
Is that the
Yeah.
whole weed thing? Like this?
Smoke weed every day.
Like that?
Yep, that's
Yeah.
it. That's it. That's how long we talked about solitaire.
All right. That's great. That song's only let's see, how long is that song?
Smoke.
2 minutes 45 seconds. Bo's already been gone so long we could have played Snoop Dogg Smoke Weed Every Day dubstep remix that I have.
Like, you want to know how long you talked about Mafia 3?
Yeah, I would actually.
6 minutes and 34 seconds.
Did you really do this? This is amazing.
Yeah.
Are you Larry
Yeah.
David? I don't know what to say about this. This is amazing. It's like it made a spite list or whatever.
Yeah, spiteless. To be honest, it's called Petty, so I knew what I was doing. But I have a bad habit, especially because I've been doing the solo streaming business, and you get you get very used to talking and kind of like vamping for time a
Yeah.
little bit, right? Because
Yeah.
you want chat interaction to go.
Yeah.
So you turn a little bit into a lot because one person said a comment, keep it going.
Yeah.
And so I feel like my ability to understand how long I've been talking about any given subject is out the window, and I don't know.
Huh.
And so when Bo goes, you talked about solitaire for 20 minutes, I go, well, Jesus, I didn't think I talked about it that long.
Yeah.
So I went and checked it out because I wanted to know if that was true
Yeah.
to address the problem, because he's right. That's too long to talk about solitaire.
Yeah, but we didn't do that.
No, we didn't.
Not even close.
We didn't. Not even close.
Yeah. By the
My
way,
entire
third alarm
what
going,
I
just so you know.
played,
Yeah.
we're on the third alarm.
Yeah.
My entire what I played was only a little bit over 20 minutes altogether.
The whole
everything.
thing. Yeah. Yeah. I think what probably happened there, he was tired, he zoned out, and time is a different. Oh, here he comes back. Okay, I got to keep
He's
the
back.
clock.
He's back. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready.
Okay.
Get ready.
All right, since
Great,
puts his
back.
headphones on, ready, and
And
Bo.
go.
I've stopped it. You were gone 4 minutes.
Add 10
5
seconds.
minutes 10 seconds was your total time gone. And did it feel like 2 minutes? That was the question. Or did it feel
did,
longer?
actually.
Did it feel like 20 minutes?
How long did it feel?
It felt like 2 minutes.
It was 5. Wait,
Felt
that's
like less
opposite
time
though of the other thing you were saying.
When Bo's doing it, it
I have a
feels
time
like what
condition.
he expected. When other people are doing something, it's extended.
Yeah.
All right. We've
I
learned
have,
a lot
I have a
today.
time condition, everyone.
We've learned a lot. I like it. Is there a way
sorry.
to reply to people in chat and YouTube here? How do you do that? Do you just have to put their name?
I don't
guess?
know.
Hold on.
I've never streamed on YouTube. I'm not an expert. You're the expert now, having done this for a few minutes.
Okay, so I'll just say it, I guess. This Tears RL guy, He wanted to know if we're doing it for forever here, dumping Twitch. No, I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. We're just trying this out tonight. See what's up.
We're trying it out because listen, not all is a lot of big YouTubers have moved over to Twitch, and
or the other way around. You mean
a lot of success? Oh, a lot of Twitchers have moved to YouTube.
Yeah,
and I think YouTube gets derided a lot, but I've been tuning into some live streams, and there's some pretty successful ones. It's interesting to see. And I know for me, I use the YouTube app a lot to listen to podcasts. I don't know if you guys have subs or not. I don't know. It's hard, you know. It's hard. It's not a transition thing, but it's definitely. I think we can just say
yeah.
As part of this, what's a more comfortable viewing experience for more people, and also, we love bringing you the show.
Yeah.
And we love getting paid for it. I know we don't here we kind of shy away from being grody about revenue, right?
Yeah.
Sub if you want. We're not going to make a big deal, but
yeah, we're not gross.
reality is, I'd like to be able to do this full time.
Yeah.
I want to see more of me.
Yeah, more Bo.
And if there's increased discoverability on YouTube versus Twitch, then I think that's something we want to embrace. So part of it's partly an experiment in that vein, but also Scott's Twitch was down.
Yeah, my Twitch was giving me shit all day.
So,
that was
two
fun.
birds, one stone. So I think that decision's up in the air. And you're the chat room, so I assume most of you in there are probably regular viewers.
Yeah.
You can just email us or just tell us what you think.
Yeah.
Obviously,
let us know.
change is hard. I didn't like playing another MMO after playing World of Warcraft because the chat's the wrong colors. And the button to type is not the right button to type. I'm so angry.
I do wish MMOs would all settle on the same set of rules when it comes to that stuff. Just be the same. I know you can go and edit a lot of it and just make it work the way you want, but I like video games that are I like shooters in the wake of Call of Duty that said, you know what, we're just going to do the Call of Duty control scheme because that's what everyone's using for their shooters now. So just do that instead of trying to make it something it isn't. Like, well, what if we're different? What if we make the left trigger? It's like, no, freaking just do it. Make it so everybody knows the next game and they don't feel totally foreign to it and they don't bounce off your game and play somebody else's. There's wisdom in that.
I had a hard time even with Valhalla, bring it back to video games, because their control scheme is very different than the typical third person.
Nope.
You play lots of AC, you're probably used to it, but I hadn't played an AC since 2.
Well, the ACs from 1 through the one on the 2015 one that was the last one before Origins, forgot the name of it, Syndicate, all of those used a different control scheme. So when Origins first came out, and subsequently Odyssey and then Valhalla, they all had this new scheme. So even then, if you were used to the way Assassin's Creed played, they changed it up hardcore. But if you're playing a lot of Dark Souls, you came right into those new games, those new Assassin's Creeds with trigger memory, because that's where they moved all the combat to as triggers.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. It's funny, I remapped my Elden Ring once to take them away from the triggers.
Get them off triggers, yeah.
Yeah, I liked it for Valhalla. I got used to it. When I played Elden Ring, I was like, no.
Yeah.
This game's too intense on the having to do things correctly. But,
well, nonetheless, notwithstanding, let's do a show.
I
think it's showtime. Yeah, irregardless. Wait, is that a term? No.
No
one likes irregardless.
The one that everybody gets mad about.
Yeah, that one does cause some consternation.
I used to say it, and then I stopped doing it because somebody corrected me, and then I turned into that guy that corrected people.
Oh, you don't want to be
like,
that guy.
Man, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, nobody wants to be that guy. All right, here we go. Why is this up? Oh, never mind.
So now we are opening the show now.
I don't know what that was. Hold on, what is that? Oh, hold on.
Smoke.
No.
Yep.
Smoke weed
Smoke.
every day.
Was that
I tried that.
Smoke weed every day.
Oh, you
Turns out not the best advice.
Yeah, it's bad advice doing it every day.
Yeah, great.
Okay, all right. That's good to know. If we ever get legal here, I'll have to. I know I need to pace myself.
There was a period of time before you played that where I was like, yeah, I guess that sounds like a great idea. And now I'm like, I don't know. Maybe smoke weed only Mondays. Or something like
Smoke weed on Friday nights.
I don't recommend it myself.
Well, all right then.
I do not endorse that.
Well, Darren Batten, irregardless isn't even a word. Regardless is a word. But when people say irregardless, they mean regardless. but there's no
Yeah.
irregardless
They're
just
just
doesn't
adding
exist.
ear to it for no reason.
Yeah, it's a weird old habit people have.
And they don't say it like they don't know what they're talking about. They say it with an air of authority.
That's why I think that's one of the ones that gets corrected so much. Because usually, if you're saying irregardless, you're making a point that sounds pompous, right?
Yeah.
Like nobody ever was like, irregardless, we're all just friends and we're gonna get along.
Yeah.
I love what,
Regardless if it took me 5 minutes 20 seconds to go to the bathroom.
yes. See, perfect usage. There you go.
It felt like 2 minutes to me, irregardless.
Irregardless.
Real quick, Greg for Walkman in the chat, he says, I set my EA NHL games to NHL 94 controls, problem solved. Yeah, they even have, if you go in there, I love this about that game. You go into the control stuff, and they have all these like intricate settings you can do for your controls in that hockey game. But my favorite one is it just says EA, or it just says NHL 94. You click that, and it's the controls from the 94 edition of the game from way back in the 16-bit freaking Genesis days. Done. And that's how you play NHL now. And that's exactly what I do. I freaking love that.
Good that they do that.
Yeah. They know how freaking influential that year and that game was, and they're like, yeah, we're not going to.
And change is slow.
They need to do that with MLB The Show. Just have a control setting for Ken Griffey Jr. baseball.
There you go.
There we go.
Their weird little arcade game has it. The one that plays like an old 16-bit game. It's a mode in the game, and it doesn't look 16-bit, but it plays like it. Like the rules and how it plays and how quick things are, and the view of the field is a little bit more like 3/4 view scrolly, just like an old Ken Griffey game. And it literally plays like that. I don't know if you'd want to play the whole game like that, but it's there if you wanted to. All right. Well, enough of that.
Smoke weed every day.
Smoke weed every day and make a show. Here we go, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I guess I don't have to record because YouTube's recording, so I'll just do the VOD. All right. Awesome. Less resources. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Good evening. Welcome to Core, everybody. This is Core for Thursday, August 18th, 2022. I'm Scott Johnson with Bo Schwartz and John Jagger here talking about video games and the world that affects them. That'd be our world. We got a lot to say today. A lot of stuff happened in the last couple of days. So we're going to get to all of that. I just want to give drop a little hint, top of the show. Scott finished a game today.
Woo! Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah. A big one, too. A big AAA title.
I finished a big game. It was a big one.
A big boy game. And it came out in 2017. So I'm really on top of timing on this thing.
Can I ask you something, though, Scott?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you start from the beginning?
Oh, in this run through? No.
Or did you load up an old save?
I loaded up my 30-hour save that I had previous.
Okay, so
Yeah.
when did you start this save?
2017. When it came out, and then beat it today. Finally went. Well, I played it all week, but I finally beat it.
John, are you calling a foul on the
There's
play?
no foul. It's the same. I'm the one that played it.
John's face is telling me a different story, so I think you gotta...
mean, like...
How is that a
No,
foul?
it depends on what the benchmark is. Like, is it Scott just finishing any game at any time, given any state? Like, if that's the case, then yeah, he totally beat it. Fair
Well, what's
and
the
square.
other kind?
It kind of felt implied that it was how many games are you going to beat this year, implying that you start and finish this year.
Oh, well, if we want to get picky and say start and finish, I all bets are off. Who knows what I'll finish this year? But if you're talking games I'm going to finish, there's at least 2 that will be finished that I could tell you about right now, but they both happen to be older games. Therefore, saves I already had. So it's going to be the way it is. It's still me who played it. Giant gap between time of me finishing it. I still finished it.
Okay.
It's still a finished video game, right?
You know what? Honestly, like, not that we ever made it a competition, but if we were to make it a competition, you need all the help you can get to catch me. So give it to him, sure.
Oh, shit.
I finished a game too this week.
Oh,
that I
geez.
played this year.
Okay, that you started this year, or
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
all right.
Oh my.
No, that's good. I want to hear about. I'll hear all about it when we get to it.
You will, yeah.
All right.
absolutely.
We found a new kind of beef.
Yeah, new
It
beef.
was solitaire. I
Completion
finished
beef.
it.
Completion beef.
Yeah.
Is that our new
Completion
thing?
beef.
I'll change this thing.
Dragon.
I got to change dragon to completion somehow. I'll see what I can do. All right, time for the
Yeah.
news.
Where will we find the word completion in a clip?
Yeah, where will that? Probably I'd have to get it off the what do you call it? The Webster's site, which is where I probably got Dragon, to be honest. All right, hey, you guys, big day for gamers. The Wizards Showcase happened, and you might say to yourself, "Well, that's Dungeons and Dragons." Yeah, and it's a lot of other
That was
stuff.
when a bunch of wizards went up on stage and lifted up their robes,
Yeah, there you go.
showed everybody what they got.
This is, however, video game related, as Unreal Engine gets invoked in this.
Oh, absolutely.
Series of news. So,
Yes.
you know, I know we like TTRPGs. They're technically not video games. It's a video game podcast for anyone starting to write an email.
Yep. And they're not doing it, but
Tangentially relates.
the first big drop about this is no more additions. They're going full Xbox One with this, or some have suggested it's a little bit more like rebooting. Well, when games reboot, like the new Saints Row comes out this month, and it's a complete reboot of the series. It's not called 5. It's not got some other subtitle. You're just calling it the name of the game, and that's what they're doing here. D&D is now just D&D. It's D&D. But there is a new edition coming.
It's not really. I'm gonna be the toxic one here and be like, it's a 6th edition.
I mean, it is, but they're not gonna. They're just not gonna talk about it. Have they?
They've had this kind. Yes, D&D Next is supposed to be the one ring to rule them all. And
What happened with that?
That it became 5th edition.
Oh, that became 5th.
It's just because look, they don't have to market it that way, but it's like imagine if Dragonflight was like, okay, so this is patch 13.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, no, there's no more patches. It's like, well, we gotta market somehow. Like
Yeah.
It is the 6th version iteration of the rules, and I think you're gonna find people, in spite of your marketing, referring to it as 5.5 or 6 or something.
Don't you think they'll just say like, oh, it's version 6.12, and they can be more incremental with it? By patch,
Well,
I mean
they have done increments before. There's 3.5 from
Yeah.
3rd edition to 3.5. So the reason why I say it could be 5.5 is because I think they've invested a lot in 5th edition, so they're not looking to make everyone rebuy books necessarily, lose their expensive purchases.
Can't have
But
that.
for sure, the 5th edition handbooks are going to be deprecated if you're playing 6th edition.
Yeah.
It's going to be what it is. Like, they're doing an open play test just like they did with 5. They're going to get a lot of feedback, and maybe they're thinking they won't change it as much as they will. But this is my prediction that it's marketing speak. It's just part of the hobby. There's 500 TTRPGs. Like, I understand the impulse to be like, we want to make a simple product for people to buy, but I mean, basketball rules have had different editions over the years. No one tracks it. Just what's the latest edition? What do I got to buy? Like
Sure.
that.
Sure.
They don't have to. I find they get overly precious about this, and I just hate. That's their code name for it is One D&D.
Yeah,
that's
One
why I put
D&D.
Xbox One D&D. I'm like, it's kind of. I didn't like it. Maybe you guys like it, but I didn't care for it too much.
I don't. I mean, I honestly, I don't know if it really affects me.
It doesn't keep you up at night. What
No.
they're calling the 6th edition. of
No,
D&D.
I mean, I want to be able to have it be cohesive and make sense about rule changes and junk like that. But I don't want to. I'm not that worried about getting caught up in
No, I know.
naming conventions and stuff. Although I will say this is where some people, including Microsoft, have screwed up when they start messing around with the name of their console or service or whatever, and want to go from Xbox to Xbox 360, then back to Xbox One, and then off to Xbox Series S and X. Like, they're all over the place. Whereas PlayStation's like, yo, what if it was PS2, 3, 4? What about 5? We got a 5? Maybe a 6 is coming. Like, that's simple and easy for consumers and people to just reference it and say, oh, that's PlayStation 5, or that's PS4, or that's whatever. This is maybe a little weird because DMs and people are super into it like you are. You're going to want to have a reference point. And if that reference point is, well, it's the new D&D, which isn't really called anything. It's just one D&D, but technically it's rules 6 point whatever, but they aren't calling like that. That does convolute things. So I'm kind of on your side on this. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I got lost and thought about this. I need to get a life, but this afternoon, because also there are different editions of print runs of books. Like, if you bought the 5th edition Dungeon Master Guide at launch,
yeah,
or you bought it 3 or 4 years into its life cycle, they actually update rules and put errata it's marketed the same cover as same book, but it's actually a different print run, a different edition with so one version has less up-to-date rules. It's minutia. They're not going to make a big public announcement out of it, but the person who's aware of it in me, like the hardcore nerd, is like, no, those books are different books. Like, it's a different book, and to me it doesn't matter, but it wouldn't shock me to find the nerd who it matters to immensely. Like, which edition of the DMD? You bought that at launch? That's
yeah.
Like, so yeah, I'm just this is to make it marketing friendly, obviously, and that's probably the right call. But
John, does it melt any of your cheese to know that they've called it one Xbox? Sorry,
One Xbox,
one D&D,
one PlayStation?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it sticks. I mean, at a certain point, whatever people call it is going to land. If enough people say, they did some slight tweaking of 5th edition, we're going to call it 5.5 edition. Like, that'll be what everybody calls it. That'll be what everybody knows it as. And at a certain point, they have to acknowledge it too. So I don't tend to get too worked up about it, because I'll just call it by whatever it feels like. If it feels super brand new, 6th edition. If it feels like, we tweaked 5th edition, then all right, 5.5. It's a weird one to say because we're so used to saying 5th.
Yeah.
And 5.5 sounds weird. Doesn't seem like something you should say. So I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me. The thing that I always find a little laughable is the hubris of, we're not going to do editions anymore. It's like, yes, you are. There will be
right.
Like, whether it's this or not,
that.
there will be a 6th edition of D&D. There will probably be a 7th edition of D&D.
Yeah.
We'll get there. It might not be this. It might not be for another few years. We'll get there, though. Don't make that promise, because you surely going to break it.
Yeah.
They said that last time too. I remember the 5th edition was a big deal and well done, but it was like, we're going to unify the editions. You're going to be able to bring, like, they do this every time, man. Like, it's
Why did they do
and
that
I think
then?
it didn't make me mad until I went to Twitter and people were complimenting it, and then I was like, no, don't stop complimenting. This is not smart. You're victim. You're all falling victim to the market.
People have short memories. They have short memories of this stuff.
That's the illness I have, where I'm just like, but don't you remember they did this before?
Yeah, I mean, do you think they turn around and go 6th edition then? That's what they'll do, just like they did last time?
It is, no matter what they say. Like, they may not market it. They might insist on a different name, and bless them. But like John said, there will, at some point, the rules will stop serving, or there'll be new goals for the company, and they'll need a revision. At some point, you got to release another WoW expansion.
Yeah.
And I get to a degree why we do it, right? Nobody wants to go out and invest in a bunch of books if the company is going out there and going, yeah, so this is going to be D&D 6th edition for now. Look, we don't know how long this is going to go. Gonna be a 7th edition, folks, but this is the 6th edition. Get it now. Like, you don't go, oh, I got a lot of faith in them. I'm going to throw a bunch of money at these books because they're clearly already thinking about the 7th edition. But it's the truth that we all know. I'd rather you just say nothing, right? Don't tell me that this is the only edition you're ever going to make. Don't make it too clear that this is going to be replaced soon. Just say, here's what we're making. Here's 6th edition. Here's 5.5. Whatever you want to call it. Say it.
Just do it.
Just keep in mind that Wizards is also the company in the same show that is releasing 273 card sets, and will cycle out half of those as not being legal you know what I mean? Like,
for Magic.
There's constantly new editions of that's the Magic the Gathering business model, right? So one guy's over here is like, yep, throw out $10,000 worth of cards, and here's a new $10,000 for you to spend. And then the other company's like, okay, guys, listen, hold on to your pants, don't shit yourselves.
Hold on to your shit. Yeah.
This isn't a new edition, but we're reviewing the rules and releasing some updates to the rules that will be different. But it's not a new edition. And Magic the Gathering's like, throw out your cards, buy new ones. Woo! New edition every week.
Commerce!
Commerce the Gathering.
I think I agree. And I don't know, they're making such a weird deal out of it. But they are sending out, starting today, playtest packets are available for testing some of the new rules. Who gets access to that? It's like a beta or something? Like an opt-in?
It's open beta.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
John gets that stuff a lot.
Are you guys going to look at them?
Keeping up with it, but
you guys going to look at them and fiddle or no?
I look at it.
Yeah.
Like just see,
Yeah.
just see what's going on in there. I mean, look, 5th edition isn't perfect. Every now and then we run up into weird rules, things like, why does this work this way? Boy, this game isn't really good for this particular type of experience. It's not so universally good that it works in every situation. I don't think any single rule set is ever going to be that, but that's certainly what they're targeting.
Right.
So it might be interesting to see what are the areas they think there's an issue with, and see what they're targeting for changes. But it'll be what it'll be. That's kind of been my policy with D&D in general. Is it's like, all right, you guys do what you got to do. We don't play in the way that some people play. Some people play D&D as like that is their universe, that is their campaign. Whatever they put out as modules that are official wizard modules, that is Dungeons and Dragons. We tend to use it more as just a baseline rule set to create whatever we want. So it really doesn't matter for us.
Right.
But for other people, that matters a whole lot. It's just not, I don't care.
Yeah. No, I feel you. The big deal for me at this event, 100% the biggest deal, was the D&D digital play experience. And for those who don't know what we're talking about, it's Unreal Engine powered virtual tabletop. It looks really good. You can buy adventure modules like within the system. You can have digital maps. There's assets in there, all the stuff you want. I don't know if you can, import things you've already been working on, but
it's like a 3D game. And they made a point in their presentation to talk about how they wanted to make sure it was distinguishable from an actual video game because it's going to look that good. Apparently, that's what they said.
yeah.
So in terms of camera angles and the way they're presenting it, but essentially, there's lots of good news in this presentation. So because they bought D&D Beyond, they're now going to be able to sell digital physical bundles. So you can buy the paper book and get digital content. So imagine buying an adventure module as a DM and then getting an Unreal powered virtual tabletop for your friends online that looks sick. Hopefully integrates with D&D Beyond. I didn't see that detail, but that would be the best outcome.
They own it now, right?
It makes me think okay, I'm going to make maybe less custom adventures.
Yeah.
But I would love for us to all play in this. If this virtual play experience is really great, everyone, I'm guessing, free to play. The DM's going to spend the money, and everyone can play in this sort of video game atmosphere. You can't afford to spend thousands on Warforged or whatever miniature sets and all that you see on Critical Role.
But since they own D&D, they own D&D Beyond now. That makes perfect sense. Why wouldn't they integrate it? Of course they will, right?
Yeah,
they will.
it seems like it seems like the way you're going to buy books in the future.
Yeah.
With this edition, maybe even sooner, is you buy the book and get the digital book at one price. There's no more buying it twice.
Interesting.
And I hope, or maybe you pay a bit more, but that's fine. Not buying it twice would be great. They're already expensive books to begin with.
Yeah, and that's what I would have preferred. I ended up doing digital across the board because it benefited all of us instead of just me. So that's the no-brainer decision, is to go, well, if I buy it digitally through D&D Beyond, I can do share of digital content. So Bo gets access to all of that, even as the DM, he can use it.
Awesome.
It's great for everybody. That's the smart choice, but I wanted the books for me. So it was a tough call. Whenever it came time for something new to come out, it's nice that I can maybe do both.
Yeah.
And those books you have forever, those are all 4th edition books I have behind me. I love that I just have them, even if I don't use them. But, once they move on in D&D Beyond, that stuff we bought, John bought a lot of stuff, but, me too. Hundreds of dollars, not $5 microtransactions.
Yeah.
That stuff, goes away. And that feels bad. So at the very least, having something to remember, that stuff's even useful. I'm buying 2nd edition stuff off through RPG. If I had my 2nd edition material, I might have used it. You never know what you're going to be doing in 10, 20 years. So spending that amount of money to get the book and that's a really consumer friendly direction to go in. I love it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So and if it integrates into this Unreal tabletop and makes tabletop more accessible to wider audiences, I think if they do it right, this could be really stellar as well.
From what they showed, they didn't show a ton, but some of the graphics in game, I guess, is, for lack of a better way of saying it, in world or whatever, that stuff looked like they're really aiming for not like, ooh, there's a dragon, a cool looking video game dragon. They're trying to make it look like, no, this is a virtual tabletop, and that dragon looks like a big hunk of real plastic or resin or whatever, and all your characters are casting real shadows, and it uses that, what do you call that, tilt shift effect, where stuff actually seems like it's, small things with a different focus for the background and foreground. That all looked really, really cool to me. So excited to see that.
Clean interface, right? Like,
yeah,
the one thing that's kept me away from Fantasy Grounds, I think, is I've used the demo. It is so chock full of menus, and Roll20 is a lot cleaner, but there's lots of menus and functionality to be found. And like, really, I just want put pieces down, move pieces, and hit points. Maybe, I don't know, like just some way that's like very. I feel like I'm programming a whole spreadsheet when I'm working with these VTTs that I just don't want to do,
Yeah.
So if it's connected to D&D Beyond, everyone has their characters. You import that. I pull it from the list from D&D Beyond. Like if the data is already in D&D Beyond, so if that can just integrate into the sweet graphics thing, then all I got to do is lay out the map and pick the pieces, and I'm done.
I would love it if when John rolls a virtual D20, that D20 in the world just rolls out on the table and reveals whatever his number revealed. Like that kind of stuff would be really cool. That level of integration, that's what I want. We'll see if they do it.
You could do like magic dice. Like you could have this weird thing where if the dice hit certain things, like no one's going to like this. This is just my brain going off. But, if certain things happen, you know how like... I don't know, just because it's a virtual space, there could be potential house rules about dice, or if a dice knocks over a dude, then that person has to take damage or something like that.
Sure. You don't mean like spilling your Coke on the table or anything like that, right? You're just talking...
spilling your Coke on the table will get you a lot of aggro from the rest of the players if you mess up their sheets and sweet cards and books. Yeah.
I don't know if they'll replicate that, but it looks real cool. So we'll see what that looks like the closer we get to
Cheetos all over the pages.
I'll bet we don't see that thing like out in any sort of form we can use till like 2024 or something.
They said 2024.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. They also got a Dragonlance campaign setting and a war board game coming out. Spelljammer and Planescape in 2023. That's among some other stuff.
Properties.
Yeah, those are big.
Those are huge. Like the Dragonlance is huge, and like Red-Headed Stepchild, they haven't done anything with it in so long, so that's really exciting.
Planescape is a monstrous.
Planescape, we've played in Planescape. We have. I don't know if they're gonna match the old books, but I'm still happy they're making it. There's a character to Planescape that I fell in love with. I never really realized till I opened the old second edition Planescape books just how much I liked it. Like the art is weird. There's just tons of large scale maps that are. It's like people in the insane asylum drew them. They're talented and good, but they're just strange and bizarre and weird. I love Planescape, so hopefully they channel a lot of that.
I remember Torment being really good. I should one day go back and finish it so I can say I started it in 1998 and then finished it in 2022. Thinking I might
beat a lot of games if you just install games you've already beaten and load up your last save and go, do the last 5 minutes and call it a day.
Sure.
I appreciate John's sentiment. However, my feeling is that it counts.
Of course it counts. 100%.
My feeling is that it does count to go back and tie up loose ends and score points.
It absolutely freaking counts. There's no reason.
Had you ever beaten it before?
No. What does it matter?
Okay. All right. It does a little bit.
No, it doesn't at all. You either you have it completed or you don't have it completed. Those are the two states.
I mean, one good turn deserves another, John. Are there any incomplete games? If this is going to turn into a competition by the year's end, are there games that you can close out that you didn't?
Yeah, what do you got?
From previous years? Yeah, probably.
Previous years, lifetimes.
I don't know. I've got so many games finished this year. I just, I need to slow down.
Nothing but completion. Yeah.
Okay. What's your number at?
I don't remember, but considering I've now finished my 8th Final Fantasy in a row, I don't think that's all been this year.
Those were all this year? Oh my god.
It might not all be this year, but a lot of them are. And that's just the Final Fantasy series. That's not counting.
Let's say, now let me ask you this. Had I restarted a brand new save in Origins, which is the game I beat, which I'll talk about later.
Yeah.
If I had restarted it, that would count more in your book?
That would definitely count. I think this probably counts, but I feel like, there's an asterisk next to it.
Why though? It's still, the goal is completion. There's no rules about how much time did it take you. You started it at some point, you played it, you had a gap, and then you finished, then you played more, and then you beat it. I think that's still beating it.
This is like nerd body count, like how many people you slept with and what counts as sleeping with.
yeah.
Except it involves completing video games.
I have the most boring body count in the history of the world. Would you like to hear how boring it is?
I'm probably close.
1.
Really, 1, eh?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm married to her. That's as far as that body count went. And she would smack me for calling her my body count. She'd smack me for that, but not really.
Yeah.
Well, it's part of our stigma that we make a shame out of thing. Don't feel so bad. I'm not that far behind you. I think mine's 3, so it's not like I'm bad. I'm sure John's is like 200.
Oh, he's busy. That's just this year.
That's right.
Oh, wait, no, he's married.
Yeah. It's just the Final Fantasy.
Yeah, doesn't count unless you do it.
The Japanese ones are numbered differently. Is that?
Yeah, that's how it works.
I like that you guys think I got that much action over the course of my life. It really means a lot to me.
I saw you sneaking out of our hotel room at Snowbird. What were you up to?
Hubba.
We don't need to talk about it.
No. What happened up there?
There was no sneaking.
That's right.
I knew where I was going.
I was half asleep.
Completion.
But what you have a ballpark, or are you not going to say? Because if you're not going to say, I'm just going to say.
My number would be 2/3 or 4, depending on how you define it all.
Oh, all right. There's some details in there.
You're the champ.
Yeah, no, you are the champ.
Over 3, you beat me, so you finished the most women.
You finished the most women.
God.
Wait, I'm confused.
Wow,
Jeez,
this conversation is going really, really off the rails.
That won't get us
I
in
need
trouble.
To say you completed the most women and finished the most games.
Yeah. And also, you don't want to put 2 years of a gap between the women. Or no, it's just starting and
what advice
boy.
is this?
What a progressive podcast we've become.
All right, keep your emails to yourselves. Next one.
Mine might be 4, actually. It might be 4.
No.
Look at Bo. Bo's number doubled
Your
from
number-
him just sitting there thinking
Well,
for
no, it
a
was
little
3.
bit.
Oh, it was 3.
Okay.
Yeah,
but again, we'd have to get into what counts as what. We probably just don't want.
Yeah, we don't need to have
Considering
that.
how hard it is.
That does impact the numbers a little bit.
Yeah, that's true.
God, why are we talking?
I don't know. I don't know why. Let's talk about
video
Magic
It's my
the Gathering.
fault I brought it up. Sorry.
It's all good. Magic the Gathering. Here's some news there. Lord of the Rings, Doctor Who, and Warhammer 40K side project showcased. So those are cards? That's weird, isn't it? A Doctor Who magic thing? What's that about? Why are they doing that?
Why not?
Oh, because they have their secret lair and like these crossover things. They did Street Fighter and Fortnite.
They did?
Yeah, they did.
Wait, are you talking about the digital Magic the Gathering or the actual card thing I can go buy at Walmart in a pack of 10 packs or whatever? Which is this? Because that seems crazy to me that I'd have some kind of Fortnite crossover in a card form. But did they? And I just don't know about it?
Yeah, they did, but I just couldn't even bring myself to look at it. It's so embarrassing. But,
Man, I don't get it.
I think a lot of reactionary people were like, not my Magic the Gathering. So, But, they had a Street Fighter one, and I didn't really look at that one either, but that, it seemed all right. I just think people hate Fortnite because it's what do we call it? A commercial product licensing the game, basically. Like,
oh yeah,
it just have so little respect for it, given that it has no ambition for any level of verisimilitude, at all, right? And people like to feel like their fantasy worlds, even if they don't play them, are mean something.
They're colliding.
And you posted that screenshot in Discord of Darth Vader versus.
Goku,
and
who's the running behind his arms guy or arms behind him guy?
Naruto,
yeah.
And Darth Vader. Yeah,
the VR chat in me likes to see it, but It's,
Yeah.
you know,
I like to see it
not
too.
weird.
Honestly, this makes Fortnite more appealing to me. All the
Really?
jokes aside, yeah, I'm 100% for it.
Yeah, but
Because
you do,
to me, their brand is all brands now. Like
Yeah.
when it's one thing, that's its thing, right?
Yeah.
Like Soul Calibur was like, oh, we're gonna put in Link, and everyone was like, yeah, that makes sense. And they're like, unless you're playing on the PS2, and then you got Heihachi, and you're like, oh, and then if you can play Xbox, you get Spawn. It's like, okay, one weird character per console, like, all right, you're just dipping your toe in weird places. But when you just kind of say, we don't give a shit and throw your hands up and put literally anything in your game,
Yeah.
then like, okay, all bets are off. You have set the bar at a level where anything is acceptable.
But
And then therefore I'm okay with it.
Can we talk
Like-
about this one aspect though, where John saw? Correct me if I'm wrong about this story, but like Fortnite came out and said, "Hey, the Mandalorian's in our game," and
Yeah.
you ran out and got it.
Yeah,
But
I
you-
have the Mandalorian.
But you
skin,
don't
yeah.
play Fortnite at all. You just collected.
I played it not long ago. I played one match. I won. And then I
Like,
retired.
quit forever. Right.
Yeah.
Quit first place.
So
yeah,
you
we
got
talked about it on the
John,
we talked
first
about
in
it on the
everything.
show.
yeah,
Yeah,
John, first in
Yeah.
everything.
yeah. You can be first at everything if you quit right after you win. That's it.
yeah, that's how it works. But I guess what I'm saying is, yes, but don't you feel pandered to a little bit? It's like, hey, John, what's your fandom? Come over here and spend money on a thing that you're probably not going to play.
Yeah, I like being pandered to. You know why? Because when someone panders to you, they're designing an experience specifically for you. What's better than that? Right now, they're pandering to me. They're like, hey, John, you want to play as a Goku? I'm like, nah, not really. They're like, you want to play as a Vegeta? I'm like, yes, I do. And I
You wa-
kind of want to play Fortnite again to get a sweet Vegeta skin.
You
It's
want
going
a
to be
Star
weird
Wars-
to see him running around with a gun, but I'll do it. Because
You
why
want a
not?
Star Wars expansion in Final Fantasy 14?
Yes.
Like, not play as them, the full
I'm
characters. Like,
excited
your Izoria guys travel to a galaxy far, far away, and you have to face Darth Vader's forces.
That
in a big-
sounds awesome.
Oh my god.
That sounds
Okay.
great.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
I get it, though. I get it.
You know why? Because it's a video game. Video games are dumb fun, and this is dumb fun.
It is
No,
dumb.
As
video
long
games
as
are
it
serious
does it
business.
right. Yeah.
Super serious.
As long as it's done correctly, like there's a right way and a wrong way. I think Fortnite's like throw literally everything at the wall and see what sticks is fine. Like that's what they have established as their mentality. They've created a world where weird Fortnite looking dude and Ripley from Aliens can be running around with Rick and Morty, and Darth Vader can show up, and all of that's fine. The only thing that was ever bad was that they decided to put important Star Wars lore in Fortnite. But that's its own business. That's not Fortnite. That's, marketing Disney, J.J. Abrams. I don't know who made that decision.
That
but
seems like weird. That's a weird thing.
that wasn't a great decision.
No.
But
no, I don't like
everything
that.
else, they're like, just put it in the game. Who cares?
Yeah, but I wouldn't
Well,
say
there's
this.
a lot
This
of
isn't
people
how
that
things
feel
started.
the same way at Wizards. So
Yeah, but this isn't how things started at Fortnite. They had to get huge before this stuff would even happen. Before Disney would even talk to you, you had to be so big.
yeah,
the-
but like Unreal is like, everywhere, right? Like they're making movies with it. They're making it like
Oh, the engine,
it's
yeah.
not just some company making a game. They have like other partnership aspects that they
Oh,
can leverage
100%.
and
But
lean
if
on, right?
if Fortnite wasn't a massive success, none of this crossover stuff happens. There's no way. It had
No,
to be a
of
big
course not.
successful game for that
Of
to
course
happen.
not. I mean, if
Yeah.
you're gonna, we could sell out Core. We could
Let's do it.
ask Disney to give us avatars instead of showing our faces. And
Let's
That would
get
be
it.
amazing.
Let's get it
It'd
done.
be amazing.
Yeah. I'm sure that they are ready
I
to
look
pull-
better as an avatar, as a matter of fact.
Do
I
ya?
know it's hard to believe, but
well, why don't we need to get you a VR headset? Man.
Yeah.
Your dreams are one step away, one click
Yeah.
away.
Yeah. You'll never leave VR chat again, John. You'll be in there all day wondering why those crossovers aren't happening.
why
in there.
why didn't I pull this trigger sooner?
You can be the Mandalorian for free in that game. You just walk around.
Actually, not only can you be the Mandalorian, but there is a band that plays concerts called the Bandalorians, and they're all dressed up as
Psh,
Mandalorians.
get that
It's a
headset.
real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I meant to go to one of their concerts, but like it's live. It's live people playing. and
I'm,
I haven't coordinated the right time, but I'm
Yeah.
like, I need to see the Bandalorians.
the Bandalorians. That's horrible. Are they the actual cover band in real life? This is their avatar to do
I don't
stuff?
know. I only know them in virtual space.
Huh.
I've never heard of them in the real world. I think it's one of those
All right.
You know, like the people in Final Fantasy 14 that have bands.
Yeah.
There's bands in there too, and dance troops and stuff.
Yeah, those people are cool.
They're of that world alone.
All right. Now we celebrate some interesting news with this. There's Diablo news. Diablo 4 stuff happened.
Diablo 4.
So this is kind of a big deal. Bunch of stuff. Diablo 4 has promised that they will have seasons similar to D3, D2 Resurrected and D2 Resurrected for players. You will not be able to pay for power. They reiterated. They also they didn't say this, but others have compared the seasons to how things look over there for Destiny 2 currently. So there's some ideas from that. Anyway, they're aiming for 3 to 4 seasons per year, so kind of quarters, sort of. Let's see. Each season will have new gameplay, modifiers, and quest lines, whatever that means, new legendaries, class and item balance, other content, gear, etc., to keep the experience fresh for committed players. And each season will have a season journey, a little bit like what seasons did in Diablo 3 or continue to have to this day, to unlock cosmetics, that sort of stuff. They will have a battle pass of some kind that will be associated with all of this. And like Diablo 3, at season's end, characters will migrate to non-seasonal status in the group of. And I assume you could start them over like you can in 3, where it's like, I'll just keep recycling this guy.
They
every
said
season.
that you will have to.
You'll have to.
They think that that's important.
Okay, that's interesting. There'll be a cosmetic shop. I'm fine with that. No issues. I think that's a great way to make money. Speaking of Fortnite, just charge for skins. It's fine with me.
Fortnite, the free-to-play game?
Yeah, the free-to-play game, Fortnite. I'm okay with it to be in a paid game, too, for the long haul. Like, that sort of stuff on the back end doesn't bother me. As long as you've got a big, meaty game for me to play, if at the end of it you're like, hey, you want some skins? I'm fine with that.
We'll see. We'll get into it.
Depends how nice they are.
I have a lot to say. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm not with you right now, Scott.
Really?
Yeah. No.
I mean, what if
think
it's all?
this
I mean, it's like it's optional. It's
They're
just
selling $40 skins in Overwatch 2, I heard, as well, which is the cost of Overwatch 1.
oh my
Not to
lord.
bring another game into it, but it depends on what this implementation looks like.
40
Yeah,
bucks?
it all depends on implementation, because here's the thing, like if I spend money on the game
Yeah.
and I feel like what I got out of that game is a solid experience, I think the armor looks cool, I feel like my character can look awesome out of the gate, and I'm not getting constant FOMO by looking at all the people who threw continuous money at the game
Mm-hmm.
running around,
Sure.
then it's fine. If I get there and all my armor looks like shit because they want to sell me better skins, that's a problem.
Mm.
Because I paid for a game. I paid for a full experience game. And if it doesn't feel like it, whether it's cosmetic or not doesn't matter. Like saying, oh, but it's just cosmetics is a nice way for them to excuse and get people off their back about microtransactions. Because the thing about microtransactions is the easiest thing to get upset about is when you have to buy player power, and the easiest way to defend that is to go, well, it's just cosmetic then. Like that's how these companies get around the criticism.
Yeah.
But the truth is this, and this is what it ultimately boils down to me. Because to me, I can get caught up in the minutia and the nuance of the debate as much as we want. The reality for me, from the moment they started talking about Diablo 4, they have done nothing but make me less interested in playing Diablo 4.
Wow.
Everything from beyond showing me the logo has been a net decline in interest for the game.
Weird.
I don't like the way the art style looks. I don't like the muted color palette. So
Really?
from the get-go, as soon as I saw the first screenshot, it was already slightly lower. Not a huge dip, but I was like, wish it was a little more colorful, but whatever. Talking about it being an always online, big lobbies, not a real solo single player or co-op experience, but like this kind of online world hub type business. Not for me. I'm not interested in that. So that's another big ding. And the reality is that it doesn't matter if it's cosmetic only or not. As soon as you start getting into battle passes and premium currency and unlockable skins and stuff like that, the only thing I ask myself is this: does this make me more excited to play this game? And the answer is absolutely resounding no.
It goes the other way for you. Makes you not want to play it. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if it goes as far as not want to play. Again, we need to see the implementation. But the answer is, does this make you excited to play Diablo 4? And for me, no. Like, telling me that you're going to have a cosmetic shop and here's the way your premium skins and battle pass model is going to go does not make me more excited for the game. It instead fills me with fear that you are doing what you've done in other Diablo titles, Immortal, where you are giving a lesser experience to people so that you can get more money from them.
I mean, it depends. If these skins are like both, said about Overwatch 2, if you're spending like $20 to $40 for a skin, then I'm with you 100%. If at the end of all of this, a skin is an extra $5, that's not that big a deal. Like, I think that's got value to it. And I think that that's the way they want to monetize in the long end of this thing, because they do want this to be a game as a service that lasts and whatever. Like, I'd rather it not be there at all. I'm with you there, but I just think the realities of games like this now, I feel like we're lucky to not have it worse. And that's a weird way to look at it.
But see, that's the thing is, like, for games like this, I guess my big point is I don't want a game like this. Like, and I get that this is me asking for a game to be what it isn't, but my experience with Diablo is a mostly solo, occasionally co-op experience.
Yeah.
They're designing a game not in tune with what I want to begin with, and then they're justifying its design with additional features that I don't want.
Well, I play the game exactly the way you do, mostly solo, occasional co-op, and I don't know that changes that much here. Yes, there's that hub world stuff, but I don't know. You don't have to do any of it. Like,
I mean, we'll see. It's a lot of we'll see.
There is a lot of
we'll
we'll
see. Implementation. Path of Exile does this, and Lost Ark. The difference is that they're free to play. I guess is the big difference.
Yeah, they're free to play from the get-go.
They're having their cake and eating it too, but but I'm pretty sure that's why I say I predicted this when Lost Ark was something I was looking forward to.
Yeah.
And then I tried it, and I'm like, yeah, Diablo 4 would be crazy not to do this, and I think they would have the audacity to charge a full box price and still do it, and they are going to be able to do it, and they're going to get that's going to work.
It will work, yeah. Oh yeah. That I'm sure of.
So
whether we would like it or not,
I don't. It's as long as it's just the implementation. If I feel like it's the level of FOMO or level of obnoxiousness, like if you're in those hubs and everyone's got the $30 skin, or has battle pass stuff, and I look like regular schlub, I'll be like, I just feel like an idiot playing your game. Like you're. But if it's like if it's not like you said, if you play solo and it's easily ignored, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it's fine. I just don't know.
As best we can tell, it's not MMO like where I'm in a big city with umpteen million people and I'm looking at all their clothes.
It
might be. They're doing world bosses. They're doing group events that they want you to dynamically find. How do you dynamically find a world boss event if you're not all in the world together?
No, well, you do that. You do it like, wow, it's sharded. They're not going to have everybody in the same damn place.
No, it won't be everybody, but it'll be populous. Like in Lost Ark, on any given map, I'm running into on the high end 40 people, 50 people.
It's a fair number.
Hubs.
It's a lot.
And then the low end, it's 3 or 4. But I've never been in a map that was empty unless it was an instance.
Well, what if see, I think this is one of those deals where if they'd announced that this was a free-to-play game and then this was just all how they made their money was cosmetics and stuff, first of all, they were never going to do that because they know they can both sell this and get stuff on the back end, so why wouldn't they do that? But if they did do that, we would also look at it. We'd look at it cheaply as well. We'd go, freaking Diablo shouldn't be free-to-play. This is a premium game. Like, they're kind of screwed either way on that,
I think that's why I want to be clear about what I'm saying versus what I'm not. I'm not saying this game is going to be bad because it has a cosmetic store.
Yeah.
Like, to be clear, saying that it's cosmetics only, no player power, is good if they follow through. That's a big if, but one thing that does give me hope is one of the things that's a part of the battle pass is an XP boost.
Yeah.
And that is only going to be in the free version of the battle pass because they don't want that could be seen as a boost of some kind, and they don't want it tied to any sort of monetization.
Yeah.
So you can't get any XP boosts or boosts of any kind through paying money, at least as far as they say at the moment. So that's a good rule. That's good adherence. And if the game feels like a complete package and I play that game and I'm like, oh, God damn, I haven't spent anything more than the initial payment for this game, and I feel like this game is awesome. I'm having a great time. I look cool. And this is all wonderful. Like, that's amazing. Then absolutely this monetization model and all of that works to its benefit. I'm not saying that this ruins the game for me. I'm saying that it diminishes my interest at this point. So it is a case of every little thing that they have said has made me slightly less and less interested. I'm not even necessarily out on Diablo 4. I think how they structure the world and how you play in relation to other people is probably the biggest thing that's going to potentially keep me out of it. But I'm such a fan of that series in general that I will probably check it out one way or another. Like, you said this about Diablo Immortal and me with like, hey John, but you're going to play it, right? This one's pretty safe to say I will probably play it. But I just don't know if they're doing themselves any favors. It just feels like they are complicating this relationship of what this game is based on what other companies have done. And it makes me wonder, I mean, they're making it for someone. Like, people play Lost Ark, people play Path of Exile, like, people play those games. They're big. So there is an audience. I just don't know if it's the audience that has been with them at this point. So we'll see. But I'm not trying to say, well, if you're excited about Diablo, what a stupid individual you are. So everybody, if you're offended that I'm not excited about your game, that,
I get it.
Fine.
I'm a little, I guess I'm surprised, and I know that this is completely 100% down to each individual person. It's, there's nothing about art style that is universal. Okay, I get that. I am surprised you don't like this art style, though. I really like it. I'm shocked.
As soon as you go with a muted color palette, you have lost a lot of my interest.
Yeah, that tracks for just showing John's interest, not even as a, don't mean anything by it, but we're anime fans here. You do really appreciate Final Fantasy 14. We had the ESO versus Final Fantasy 14, the depressing dragons versus the rock and roll dragons. Like, it tracks as like a preference.
Yeah, I
think
so.
That's totally fine.
Yeah, I like color. Like, if I see a Zack Snyder movie, I'm like, why has he forsaken color? Why are we living in this bland, drab hellscape? Like, it's just a motif I don't like at all.
Yeah, but for dark
I've been
fantasy,
asking myself about that.
Dark bloody fantasy, to me, this fits. Like, I'm not saying it's going to be everybody's cup of tea, but if you're talking about, I think you're right about Zack Snyder. It's the wrong look for superheroes. It's just wrong. It doesn't work. In this case, you're talking about the darkest of fantasies. This is definitely a shift away from color, where D3 definitely had a little more, but was still a pretty dark game. Like, I just think that's the series. 2 is definitely dark, freaking darker than this stuff.
Well, yeah, it was dark as in not well lit, but it was colorful when you saw it.
I don't think D2...
Diablo was like insanely red when he showed up. You just couldn't see him till he was 2 inches in front of you, and then you're like, oh, geez, Red Devil.
Yeah.
Like, this, you've got in our Slack, you've got a skeletal looking fella, and, they're kind of wearing a brownie red armor, and it's like, that's probably as colorful as that game's gonna get.
Yeah.
I like it. I think you can be dark without having to lose color. That's my philosophy. I think it's a shortcut to trying looking mature, to put a dumb brown filter over everything. That's what it looks like.
All right. No, fair enough. Again, it's that thing's going to vary depending on your taste, but I'm a little surprised by that. I don't know why. I thought you liked the dark fantasy stuff, or I don't know. For some reason,
I do like dark fantasy. It can be colorful. Dark and color are not polar opposites. Like,
yeah. But it's got
they
the
both
color,
can exist.
They don't.
It doesn't have to look like Gears of War from the Xbox 360.
I agree, but I don't think that's what this looks like. I think it looks like
exactly like Gears
reds
of War.
and silvers and greens, and the colors.
It looks like somebody took a smear of poop and just went over the top of the camera, and that's what we get to look through now.
Oh, I don't know.
Don't worry, John. There's good news. I think if you buy money for the cosmetic skins, you'll get the color palette.
That's where all the color will be.
That's it. They sell color to you. You can get more color.
You're not probably wrong.
The game graphically looks awesome. I just don't like the color palette.
That is how you will stand out against the overall, as an overall strategy to make the color matte and, as you say, maybe a little, just in a small pool of poo adjacent colors, right?
Yeah.
Like when you get bright, crazy armor, it's going to really stand out,
Yeah.
Especially with lighting effects and stuff like that. I think it's going to be better. I think it's going to hit better than it looks like when you watch material from it. I don't know why. I've got a pretty good feeling this is going to be a quality game. It's
Zarak in the chat made a good point. Warframe sells color. That's what they do.
That's true.
Yeah, that game's pretty grimdark. And then when
I've watched streamers play that, and I'm like, look at their Warframes. They look awesome. And I play mine, and mine looks like a gray hunk of, looks like T2000 from Terminator 2, just like a slab of gray.
But again, that game's another free to play example that they make their money purely on that stuff. I don't know. There was just
I think it's the Diablo franchise. It's just not what we associate it with, I
just knew there was never a chance Diablo was going to come out in a modern form and not get your wallet twice. There was just no way. Like, I don't like it. I don't love that that's how they want to do it, but that's how they're going to do it because they can. It's Diablo. It's huge. It's the biggest name ever. If anybody could sell it twice, it's them. So I'm not surprised.
The Unity guy says, but he may know what he's talking about too. The Unity guy said you're an idiot if you develop for mobile and don't put these transactions in.
Yeah.
If you're gonna get me for additional money post the game coming out, selling cosmetics is the right way to do it.
Yeah.
Like that's how I feel about it. Doesn't mean it's a net positive for Diablo 4, but that's the truth of it.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to see where it ultimately all lands.
Yes, that is true. There's a lot of wait and see here. Like
I would be lying though if I said I wasn't deeply concerned about Diablo 4.
Yeah.
I am going to be going in with the lowest of expectations, which means I might be eating the most delicious crow on this show when it's all we can talk about for months and months after it comes out if it's really good. And I will happily eat that crow.
Yeah, you put the.
If
this game's not for you, then I think I have one called lovechat1.xyz.
Yeah,
there may be a lot of colors on that one.
Yeah. I banned those people.
Yeah.
We're getting our
we
first
are streaming
spam
on YouTube for the audio listeners. It's a little bit different. We forget that we have moderators on Twitch.
Yeah, I need to get a couple in here. You can get them in here too. I just haven't gone through the work to give everybody mod control on my thing. But if we do more here, we'll definitely do that. Anyway, so there's that. There's more to it though. Check this out. Players can purchase tiers. They won't speed up getting season boosts. I don't know. It feels like you kind of get screwed if you buy tiers, but whatever. I guess you can pay to reach certain tiers of rewards in the season journey immediately. Like, I don't know, paying to skip Final Fantasy 14 content is what Bo wrote here. I guess it's kind of like that.
But you could do it every season.
Yeah, that's kind of gross.
So I don't want to stand behind this, but when I read the section on tiers, I was like, what is a tier? A tier is usually a tier of play, so it would involve gameplay to progress to the tier. So I can pay to just get a tier?
So I think this is kind of similar to what Fortnite does or did. I don't know, back when I played. So the idea was, and I actually kind of like this idea, so I'm going to defend it a little bit. Like, let's say you get really into a particular season and you're like, man, I need to really earn whatever cool thing they put at the top of the tier, right? Like the best item, but you don't play as much as you thought you were going to, and your progression through the season pass has been slow. And you're at a point now where you're like, I put in that money. I wanted my season pass to get this one thing, and I don't have the time to put in to get it. Typically, they offer a way to buy levels within the battle pass so that you can ultimately answer with money and go, you know what, I'm going to spend however much money it is and get the thing that was the whole reason I got this battle pass to begin with, and it will just skip me up to that level and get me the thing so that I can say I got my thing for this season and have it. And I don't know if that's what that's going to be for this, but that's what it sounds like. And I'm kind of there. I kind of agree with it. You know, I think that perfectly illustrates the flaw with season passes. But I think it is nice that if you were buying in just to get an item, giving people a way to, with money, make sure they get that item within the season rather than just going, oh, I didn't play enough. You know, that it exists. Like, that's probably okay.
Yeah. I suspect this will just end up feeling a lot like the Diablo, freaking Halo Infinite, the way they do theirs. That's what it sounds like so far. They've kind of constructed it in a similar way. And that's another game that you, unless you have Game Pass, if you just buy it, you got to buy that game. And then if you want any of these skins, you got to pay for them. And there's, you know, a boosted tier system and all of that for the Battle Pass. So I don't know. This actually sounds a lot like that game, to be honest. The business model behind it.
All right.
So
well,
I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying I think there are other examples of this. We freak out less about those because A, we don't care about those games, or B, I don't know. Once again, whenever it feels like no matter what, when it's a Blizzard game, the scrutiny's turned up to 300, and that's okay. Yeah. I do it. We're doing it. We all do it. Everybody does it. I just don't know how they win either way. Like if they made this colorful at all in the way John's describing, which I don't disagree, couldn't add some color, but if they did, they'd be getting so much damn heat for it right now. So I think they'd probably rather withstand the heat that they get for not being colorful enough than go through what they went with 3, which was like, you making a cartoon? This looks like wow, and all those people flipping out, even though it was kind of dark. I mean, if I'm honest, go look at all the current lineups of games. Diablo 3 had lots of blood and it was pretty dark. So I don't know what people were talking about back then, but whatever. They can't win no matter what they do, except when they sell a game. So I think they are squarely focused on how does Diablo move a ton of copies day one, and how does it retain money and revenue at the end of it. And
they gotta make the game they feel confident in, and you know, if this is what that is, then good on them. If they're not confident in it, it'll show, because the game won't ultimately work. You know, it will look like a game that was chasing trends instead of chasing what they actually wanted. So it is it's one of those things, like if this is what they believe in, go for it. Like, don't listen to individual people, don't listen to me. Like, it's that simple. And if it's a quality game, all of these nitpicks go away. But the thing is Blizzard bought the skepticism that they receive. Like, I agree with you that 100%. They cannot win, but that is a situation they put themselves in.
100% agree with you.
They didn't stumble into all this doubt on accident. They earned it through a lot of hard work and effort. Got here.
Part of it is it's two-pronged, right? Part of it is they earned themselves the reputation for being a quality-first company. Everything's polished till it hurts. It's amazing when it comes out, and it's the greatest game you'll ever play. That's kind of their history. And then they added to that history recent problems of all kinds, and now they're having those two worlds are kind of incompatible. So they're having this like, well, we still do really polished, really cool games, but we got these problems over here. Plus we have to kowtow to current gaming trends, and we're owned by a mega corporation, and blah 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 blah. Like that, all of that stuff adds to with what you're saying, and I completely agree. By the way, they have completely earned this, both by being overblown, gods of video games, and we believed it to a degree, and now being, kind of the flawed mess that things seem like they might be there a little bit. Though there's incongruity. Is that the word? Is that what I'm looking for? Something's off. It just feels off. So I totally agree with you. There's a bunch of that going on, and they've earned it. You're right. For good or ill. The thing is, well, whatever. We'll know next year, but I think this thing is going to sell like crazy, and there'll be a ton of criticism about the way this thing makes money on the back end. Those two things are going to happen, but they'll still make.
I mean, if anything, all the videos and commentaries, like in a way, free press. Like think of every streamer that ironically played Diablo Immortal, ironically spent, in some cases, one guy spent $100,000, but spent $10,000 to show the people what not to do. You know, that's how this gaming culture works. Like, your favorite personalities playing the game, you're playing the game along with them, because that's your community. It's a shared experience.
Yeah.
So, like, really, Blizzard wins. You know, and if they can wrangle gaming to be like people can complain about the game and still give you money in droves, then you start to become like Teflon. Like, why? You know, like if I made things and people hated it, but I was showered with $10 million,
Oh, yeah.
I'd be like, I better stop doing the thing that's giving me money. So, and it's a force that can't be reckoned with. So, like, you know, people can yell into the void all they want. It doesn't change the commercial force behind what's happening. So, really, I think
that's where they're at. If the Immortal lesson is anything, it's that it doesn't matter what the feedback is. They're making hundreds of millions of dollars a day.
Griping about it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's one of the most successful video game properties of the year.
Yeah. One of the and certainly in mobile terms, it might be the biggest. I don't know what the numbers are, but it's pretty close. Yeah. It's huge.
Yeah.
So and I don't want to play it. You guys don't want to play it, and we don't want anything to do with it. And we have a million concerns and questions, and we've said them all. We've done them all in previous episodes. But at the end of the day, I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to say.
People want to spend money on golf equipment, and I'm like, how? But it happens.
They do it.
You know? It feels the same way, but it's just like it's because it's personal. Because you're like, I love this game. I made content showering love on this. I've been on the public square going, this game is amazing. It just feels a bit more like betrayal when you see someone you love go down a dark path. But
yeah,
if you love something, set it free. And if it
That's
loves you,
right.
it'll come back.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, I never loved you to begin with.
Yeah, there you go.
Or something like that. I think.
Yep,
No, I don't think you
nailed
gotta
it.
go that far.
That's pretty good.
I think if you just love it, set it free. I think you stop there.
Well, we will see. Next year is going to be a big year, and I don't know when that beta starts, but I have a lot of questions I want answered, and I want to play Diablo. Those are my two things that I got going in my head right now. A couple of quick things, nothing major here. Whoops, a reference to a PlayStation PC launcher got discovered in Spider-Man PC. Maybe a hint. Maybe they got a future plan where they're like, hey, we got a launcher too. It's for all of our PlayStation games. Check it out, Sony. Oh, you know what? It'd be great if they started putting a shitty Ubisoft Uplay / EA Origins BS bullshit layer in between all their Steam games. That'd be great. Do that. No, don't do that. I'm making that up. Don't do that. That's a terrible idea, Sony. Back off your dumb plan. If you want to have a launcher, fine. But don't make us launch it to run it in Steam. Because I can tell you as a Steam Deck user, that thing is the most annoying. We already hate it, all right? We already don't like that layer that they put in there.
Wondered why you were so passionate about this, and then
Frick.
you said, as a Steam Deck user, I was like, oh, now I know why Scott's fired up about this.
It's so
You
annoying
found it.
because they still have to run on there because you're running it like you would a PC. So I get the little Uplay thing. I got to log into it. It's got to do its thing, and then it runs down in the thing, and you push it to the back, but some of it doesn't use the controller, so you got to poke the screen and do touchscreen to get rid of it. The EA one's worse, way worse. I can't run EA games well on there just for that reason. That Origins thing pops up and is a big pain in the ass. So don't do that, Sony. That's
Good
all I'm
news,
asking.
everyone. A new launcher. Rejoice, people.
I really don't want them to do it. Oh, seriously.
Yeah, I think they're gonna do it, Scott.
No,
I think they're gonna.
no.
I think they're gonna do it.
Okay, do it, but do it like some do where the launchers aren't required to run it on some other thing. Like if I bought it on Steam, I don't want you over there is what I'm saying. And if you don't want to be on Steam, fine, sell it yourself, but
This is Origin all over.
it is Origin. That's how it feels,
Origin
and I don't like
all
that
over
feeling.
again.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do to
Yeah,
convince me.
and they're going to have exclusive titles because they are kind of a boss like that. Pretty good ones.
That's the problem. They have the leverage, and that's why I'm worried about it. In some ways, so did Epic with their store, but at least Epic's just running a store.
The problem is they're just wasting their money in the long run. Like the lesson with the analysis is, yes, Uplay was a thing. Bethesda, I think there's all kinds of little ones
Yeah,
that must cost a lot to keep up.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
like whatever they're making by saving money from not being on the major platforms, they're spending in overhead on creating infrastructure that doesn't have a good long-term health plan.
But plus,
for
they're
revenue.
failed. They're failed. Like I as much as they want to claim otherwise, Origin or now it's just called the EA app or whatever, and Uplay, which is now called Ubisoft Connect, they're the same damn things. Those are failed enterprises, not the companies, but these stupid PC-only freaking launcher bullshit are failed because nobody went, oh, it launched in this new thing? What is this thing I have to do extra? Ooh, cool, I'm going to go there and get... No, you don't. You stay on Steam. It's a failed idea. It's a waste of everybody's time, including yours, EA and Ubisoft. Don't spend money on stupid shit like that. You can't have your cake and eat it too. This isn't going to convert people to your shit launchers, even if they're good launchers. The war is over. Freaking Steam stands high on the hill with a sword in the air saying, I am triumphant. Accept it and sell your shit. Do like Microsoft. Microsoft does not make you have any layers of anything if you buy it on Steam. If you buy Halo Infinite on Steam, you just play Halo Infinite on Steam. That's it. So do that, you dumbasses. All right.
I just want everybody to appreciate what the Steam Deck has done to Scott. Like, when Bo went on his tirade about the Epic Store, Scott was like, it's another launcher. You just open it, you close it, you minimize it, it's fine. Now he's a Steam Deck user, and that gets in the way of his experience. He's like, that's it.
Yeah.
They better not.
No,
They better not effing do this.
You're not wrong.
I'll burn down all the Sony.
I used to be
if I
tolerant of it. I had tolerance.
I want to earmark a few minutes for Epic, but continue.
Okay, fair enough.
Before we move on. Yeah.
But just to sew that up, I just think it's over. Don't do it. You don't need to do it. It doesn't do you any good to do it other than you have data from people. That's it. They don't use your stores. They don't want to go over there. They never did. It was less convenient or more convenient on the PC because it's like, whatever, go run over there. I won't worry about it. But on devices like the Steam Deck, it's a pain in the ass. So don't do that. All right, Bo, tell me.
Ultimately, I'm with you, though, Scott.
Yeah.
Like, I'm giving you a little bit of shit because I think it's funny how your tune has changed. But I'm with you. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I am excited about this because I like the idea of Sony putting more stuff on PC. Mostly because it just means longer and longer before I have to buy a PS5, which is an expense I don't want to have to endure. So the longer I can go getting by on PC, the better. But yeah, it doesn't need a launcher. Like, it's not worth the time and effort and money you're going to put into it, Sony. Make the money off PC by moving your games over to Steam and enjoy the extra money. Like,
or
enjoy it,
or
don't
you know
invest it in a store that's not going to get you any additional income.
Either that or if you're gonna do a launcher, if you're hell bent on it, fine, but make it so it's a thing that runs independently, and if you buy games there, that's where you launch them. But when you sell that same game on Steam and on Epic and on GOG or wherever else you're putting it, don't make me run some thin layer client bullshit between them. Don't do that anymore. That's all I'm saying. Have your separate launcher? Fine. Don't integrate it into other stores. Freaking I hate it. And I hated it then. I just hated it less than I do now. I really hate it now. So I wouldn't say I changed my tune. Yeah, I did. The tune just got more discordant and like lower on the piano. Is what happened today.
Yeah, a lot of these launchers are shite. Like, now I'm gonna get my Epic jabs in.
All right, here you go. Epic, go.
I have a sweet, awesome computer that can handle loading up tons of launchers, right? So I decided, I get the free games off Epic. I'm part of the elite class of PC users now. I can afford to have something I hate on my system tray. It's fine. Yeah. But you know what? There's only one app that harasses me every time I log into my computer as one of my startup options, and that's Epic. Puts little damn banners in the corner telling me what's on sale.
Yeah.
Now, Steam waits till I click on the app and then says, hey, here's some shit you might be interested in. Good old games waits till I get in the app. But nope, Epic can't wait. Epic's got to pop some shit.
Yeah.
So I just want to say I'm not going to uninstall it, but it's no longer now going to be on my startup. Epic, please stop being greasy dirtballs with your app store. You know it's not the best, and you're investing energy into making it worse, not better.
Yeah.
So I don't care about your free games.
I do.
No one cares
I
about
like
your
free
free
games, but I can get them on my own. I don't need them to put banners
I
in
got
front
plenty
of
of
me.
games that I buy that I don't get to.
Yeah, but I can go in there when I want to look at what I want. That's what I want, is stores that don't bombard me. Like if it was a physical, I can't stand it when I go to a mall. If there's somebody out there with a platter of freaking chicken bullshit from the Chinese restaurant, they're like, free samples, and they're sticking it in my face, it actually makes me not want to eat their food. It annoys me.
Yeah.
It's like, I can choose what I want. I'm smart enough to look in here and go, okay, what do we got? Blimpie looks all right. How about Chick-fil-A? Maybe. Oh, that Chinese food looks good. I'll go with that today. I don't need somebody jamming it in my face. And I'm sure there's data, just like with, internet advertising and Twitter ads and all this other shit that shows that, it doesn't matter. It's a numbers game. Enough people do, so it's worth it. But I don't want to be that. I don't want to be your subject anymore. I'm done.
Yeah, it's like, hey, people don't like being harassed. Shocker.
Yeah, big shock.
Literally, if your app opens up a notification window, I have Windows notifications suppressed.
Yeah.
You think I want yours?
Yeah.
Like,
and those ones, like you mentioned, they are so on top of everything.
Embarrassing.
They don't go away. You almost have to nuke them from orbit to get rid of those freaking epic notifications.
Yeah.
They're on top,
So,
they're on
anyways,
top of
it's
your
no longer
games.
opening at startup.
Good.
Like, I just changed it because I realized I could change it. And I've been lazy about it.
Yeah.
But I feel like I didn't have to do that with Steam.
Yeah.
Didn't have to do it with the good old games. I don't have to do that with Blizzard.
Yeah.
So your app's been demoted.
There you go. See what you did? Look what you did. Epic. All right.
That's my petty beat.
What else? We got time for... Oh, yeah, I want to talk about this one. The Voxel Doom mod. So this is rad. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but basically somebody went through the trouble and work of making a Doom mod, like Doom, the game Doom, the original sprite-based Doom. Mm-hmm. And they turned all objects, enemies, and anything in that game that you could move around, walk around, or whatever, instead of them being 2D sprites that just rotated with you, they are now fully voxeled 3D images without you noticing, really. Like when you're playing, you'll notice, but when you're playing, it doesn't feel like you're playing a different game, or that these things stand out as different looking than they used to. They just now have depth and actual 3D volume to them.
I tell you where you will notice this.
I played a bunch of, or I watched video, but I haven't played it, so I can't speak.
If they make a VR port, this will
it'll be huge, right?
This will make it's an actual 3D space. Everything. It's not a bitmap, so they will feel like things.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
So it's really neat. You guys should check it out if you haven't seen it. It's just called the Voxel Doom mod. Full release yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny how much it looks kind of the same. Maybe a side by side would be good.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like you really notice it on things like ammo containers or health pickups on the ground. Like I'm noticing it. They've done such a good job with the enemies that it's actually kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
But your brain tricks you into thinking you don't know.
Yeah, because they didn't increase animation or anything. They're still the same everything, except you can rotate around them and sort of see their volume, I guess.
But you see the stuff that would have been the flattest of the flat textures that just rotated with you, and you actually see the 3D to it, and it's like, oh wow, that looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, every now and then you'll catch, just a different angle of something that you've never seen before because you've only ever really seen it from the front or behind, and you're like, oh, so that's what that looks like over there. But yeah, this looks good.
It's pretty neat.
This looks really good.
Yeah, I think part of what I like about it is I respect them not changing it so much that it changes the core game. Like this feels really true to the game without messing with the formula. Instead, you just kind of get a new thing. Yeah.
I find really shocking about this is how dark it can be while still being colorful.
Yeah, amazing. Wow. Original Doom.
Well done.
I don't know if you've played a newer Doom though. They tend to be pretty dark and
Well, I'd argue Doom Eternal's pretty colorful.
It's pretty colorful. Right? Yeah.
I don't know how much Doom Eternal you ended up getting in, but it's
pretty red.
Compared to Doom 2016 versus Doom Eternal, 2016 is definitely way more like.
But it's still just kind of red, isn't
flashy.
It? Everything's kind of red.
It's true. It's true. It's true. It probably hits the balance that maybe John is more preferring. Like I will say, some of Diablo 4 does look like large looks like Velen from Witcher, like large swaths of
Yeah.
mud
Yeah.
and death.
Don't know
death
why that
blobs
appeals
and
to me
pools.
so much. I love that look.
We like deserts and stuff.
I do. Yeah.
Well, it's also
Like,
fresh.
That's what everything looks like outside. That's like because usually there's dust in the air.
Yeah.
I would argue
We
it's
are,
also
like-
a fresh look, though, too. Like, not a lot of games go for that. Like, it's actually... I don't want to make... I don't know. It's very brave of them, is what I want to say, okay? It's just a weird thing to say, but it's actually very brave for them to take this position on the game. Even though it was asked for and much... Where's my Diablo 2 at Diablo 3?
Yeah.
I still feel a little shocked that they went ahead with it.
So when you watch something like Lord of the Rings, the original trilogy, do you walk away going, man, there wasn't enough color in that? Because that's how I think those movies are. There's not a lot of color in them.
Oh, I thought they look all right.
Yeah, but there's no way to quantify this. But I feel like if you really watched it with that eye, you'd probably notice, oh yeah, there's a lot of browns and, when you're in Elfland, sure, you get a little bit of a different zone, but a biome, I guess. But those, movies have a look to them. It's like everything.
I wouldn't call them super colorful movies, but they're not distractingly colorless.
Again, it's subjective, so I get that. I like my grimdark, so I'm excited for this, and I feel like I'm in some kind of weird majority, even though.
No, you probably are.
Yeah.
I think most people probably look at Diablo 4 and go, "Oh man, this is really really great." But I think it looks washed out. I don't think it looks very good.
Well, there's that. Let's move on.
I don't think they should cater video games to me too. I've seen chat and they're like, "Well, you're wrong." It's like, okay, this is my opinion. Like I can be in the minority and live there happily. That's fine. It's not going to make me suddenly think it's good to go, "Oh, you know what? People don't agree with me." Well, it just makes me believe that more people are wrong.
What if they have a mode that lets you just make everything god awful colors, or
It doesn't have to be god awful colors. It just has to have the existence of color.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a rainbow colorful world. We don't have to go to Idleshire or anything like that. It just needs some color.
There
Just
is some. You're
thrown
but the
in
way you're
there.
describing it makes it sound like this is black and white. It is not that. It's not monochrome.
No, it needs to be less washed out, I guess is I'm going for a funnier way of describing it. But it just needs better than what it has. And you know what? They might. Because here's the truth. I mean, Bo used it as an example to show what I like. But the truth is, Final Fantasy XIV is an extremely washed out game. Its color palette is very muted. I run a mod specifically to make the game more colorful.
Yeah.
I might be able to do that. And
Don't tell Yoshi P.
Yeah, don't tell
great.
Yoshi
Just
P.
don't tell Yoshi P. I don't want to have to start over again. That's unnecessary. But yes, it might be, there might be a way to tweak it through some mods. It might be fine. I might one day come to you, Scott, and be like, check out this screenshot. Diablo 4 finally looks good.
Maybe.
We found a way. We had the technology. Turns out there's more than brown in the world.
Again, there's no way I'll ever win this argument because it's subjective. However, I think you calling it brown or having no color is undercutting your argument.
There might be
it's
a
not
bit of
true.
hyperbole in what John said.
Yeah, the hyperbole
I
is
have
real.
never known me to make a hyperbolic statement ever.
That is a very hyperbolic statement. Yeah.
I have never known me to make. I've never known me.
Is
to
it
make a hyperbolic
Yoshi
statement.
P's not for just since the chat's talking about it? Yoshi P's not the one that actually cares about enforcing that stuff as much as it is just or is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I mischaracterize Yoshi P?
No, I don't
Please,
know. I just don't
put your
know.
Pitchforks away.
Is he the guy that
No,
pushes
he's
for that?
cool. He's the champion. He's the I'm not just the owner. I'm a client too guy. Basically,
Yeah. Yeah.
He plays MMOs. He loves MMOs. He wanted to build the best MMO. He gets very weepy, was my impression, when bad things happen to his precious MMO, and people love that about him. He cares. Unlike, the 500th exec in jeans and a polo shirt that come out trying to be like, hello, fellow kids, video games, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. Hello, fellow kids. It's definitely got a little of that going on. All right, let's move on to this story that I'm actually excited about. If you want some color, by the way, here's a good one. Guild Wars 2, very colorful MMO, will be on Steam, finally. Don't know when it took them so long. This happens on August 23rd. The base game will be free to play. The X-Packs will cost money. That game currently runs just fine as its own launcher, but they're finally capitulating and saying, yeah, let's just get on Steam. It's also their 10-year anniversary, so I think they're hoping to drum up some more users, especially, Steam's always got people ready to play some game.
Speaking of colors.
Yeah, it's a colorful game.
This is very colorful.
It should be called
game.
Saturation War.
It is the opposite of Diablo 4, for sure.
I agree with that. It
this
definitely
exists
is.
on the other end of the spectrum.
It is.
I'm actually like...
I like Guild Wars a lot. Guild Wars 2 is a great game.
I really like it.
Yeah.
Now that it's on Steam and free to play, I'm like
You should try it.
mildly tempted.
Well, I heard this from a person. So, if this ends up being wrong,
wait.
Let me cite my sources. This came from a person. One person in a chat room.
All right,
but I have
heard. Yeah.
I have heard that if you buy it on Steam, there is no transferring of account. You don't get to carry that over. You are starting fresh, buy it new account from the ground up, and that's fine because I couldn't restore my account last time I tried.
I've been locked out of my old account for 8 years.
But that's not a bad thing because it's a bad thing if that's truly what you really got to do. But
if you
just
don't
keep using the
game a second time.
Well, yeah, but just keep playing it on your thing.
Free to play, right?
It's still and it's cross-platform. Who cares? Like you'll still play with your friends. It won't be any different. Just run it on the launcher.
The one complimentary thing I always hear about Guild Wars 2 is that the flying is better than Dragonflight somehow. Somehow that always comes up as a comment. I don't know if that's legit or not.
Well, it's because the Dragonflight flying feature is a lifted concept directly from Guild Wars.
Yeah, they took it out of Guild Wars. So, well, I mean, whatever. There's a lot of iteration in video games, but it definitely feels like they took this idea from them.
Yeah, I mean it is. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but that's where the inspiration clearly came from.
Yeah, it's a cool game, and people claim it's still got the best PvP on the planet as far as that goes. If that's of interest to anyone, so I never really dabbled. Yeah,
the whole planet.
Like all MMOs, it's supposed to be the best.
I just like he's just like it's on the planet. Like the scale of reference is planet.
I should have said
the shit they play up on the moon. That's a different level.
I should have said MMOs as played on Earth is what I should have said. Because I think it's limited to MMOs, but people like it. It's supposed to be real good. I never dabbled. So
I remembered enjoying it quite a bit. It had the fun weapon system with abilities changing with weapons.
Yeah.
I mean,
I liked being
locked
a
out of my
plant
account.
person. That was fun.
Well,
Being
if
a
you end
plant
up getting it
person
on
was
Steam,
nice.
I'll fire up my launcher version, and we're all in. We can all play a little bit of Guild Wars. I have a couple of not max level, but close characters in there. They're like 80 or no. What is it now? Whatever it is. I need to get in there again. Check it out. All right. It is time, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry. I know it's time. I have one little breaking news. There's a Quake con sale on Steam, everyone. By the way, go get your
sweet. Oh, they took Quake Champions out of early access today. I don't know if anyone cares.
Did they? I didn't. Did anybody notice? Is that like the future if a tree falls in the woods?
I mean, huge if true.
If they have...
Let's see.
Quake Champions comes out of early access. Does anybody know?
Let me actually look and see how we're doing over there. It's been in there forever. Okay, yeah, August 18th today. And a lot of people play it. They got 35,000 mostly positives, let's see. Whoops, that's not nothing. That's not a number. Oh, it's free to play. That's why it doesn't cost you anything.
Dude, so everyone, if you haven't played Doom Eternal yet, and it's your jam, it's not for everyone. I understand. It's $21 Canadian. It's a pretty cheap.
Or just play it. You can play it on Game Pass. This is good there.
Well,
yeah, they also added a lot of those games to Game Pass. So I see that Quake 4, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, Elder Scrolls Legend, Battlespire, Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard, and Wolfenstein 3D just got added to Game Pass.
Yeah.
So
I'm the resident not Game Pass haver, so I guess that's why it's.
That's a good point
for me. Yeah. We'll talk about this soon, but for all the editions of Skyrim, one particular edition of Skyrim doesn't seem to be on sale, which is kind of weird.
It's also a new or some kind of new content being added to Fallout 76, which is supposed to be pretty good. Some kind of randomized something. It sounded like almost like rifts in Diablo. I just keep wanting to get back in there and just see what they're doing.
I am curious about it.
Yeah.
You know, now that
I've heard
it's
good
been
things
a long
about it.
time, and you always hear the like, it's good now, which is what I was hearing, and that got me to try Final Fantasy 14. That's how that turned out. So
Could very
maybe I
well
should
be.
try it.
Yeah, and that's 75% off right now, only $10 on Steam. It's also on Game Pass. It says they don't say anything about the. Oh, no, they did. Test your metal update. I think that's the one. Anyway, it's something about a pit. You go to some pit, but it's currently like there's a ton of people playing that.
I'm gonna gripe a little bit though. Now that I checked the other one, but their VR games are not on sale. What's the deal, Bethesda?
Man, I don't know. They're holding.
I haven't played
out.
any Fallouts, but I've been eyeballing Fallout 4 VR.
Oh yeah, Fallout 4 VR is the thing.
They have a full $80 release.
Yeah, but it's if you don't like the teleport thing, I think you're not going to be happy because I think that may be the only movement option in the game.
Well,
Would you still do it?
If I don't think that's the case because it isn't in Skyrim VR,
Yeah.
but also it's Bethesda, so I know we like to shit on all kinds of game companies, but I, for one, this week, and we'll get to it in the games I've played, I'm very grateful for people having the ability to mod games.
Yeah, mods are cool.
Me too.
Mods are glorious.
I like mods also. I wish Diablo 4 and 3 were moddable. They weren't and never will be again. Okay. Now let's move on to the Dear Martha segment of the show. Yeah, that's right. Retro Magazine Letters from EGM 132 from July of 2000. I remember that year. That was 5 years before the last time I would puke. And I don't know why I always do this.
I thought you broke that record though. Didn't that happen?
Nope.
I
2005.
thought you were going for a while and then you were sad because you broke it.
Oh no, not this one. Was it? You might be thinking of. I never drank. Oh, I had the weed one in Vegas.
Oh, maybe it was the drinking that I was thinking
And the
of.
drinking one I had in Mexico. That was 2015. That was a long
But I
time
thought
ago.
you threw up at some point and you were like, the reason I'm mad is because it ended the record.
No,
But
that record's still going, man. I am strong and
Nothing.
ready to rock. Haven't puked since 05, July of 05. And I should have many times, but I didn't. And before that, it was 98. And before that, I don't remember. I'm just not a puker. So, you know.
I wish I had that record.
Why? Did you puke recently?
Not recently. Like, it doesn't happen often, but it happens enough to where I know not that I don't want it to happen again.
I act like I'm proud of it or something, but the truth is, I hate it so bad that I fight it when I shouldn't. My body's like,
I'm on a pretty hot streak too. I feel like the last time I puked was 2004. It might be almost 18 years.
whoa, then you're doing better than me.
I remember
look
it
at
was
you.
pizza. It was a awful pizza. I sat with an upset stomach for 5 hours in the toilet, and then finally it all came out. It stank. It had been in there for so many hours. To this day, I hate that. I never eat there again.
Oh, you're talking about Little Caesars?
So gross.
Yeah,
No,
this is what I need a clarification
In
on.
Canada, we have a franchise
Okay.
that's very renowned called Pizza, and they
Okay.
make shit like it's like they make the. My mom loves it. I hope she's not listening, but it's shit pizza that's made out of card. It's like flimsy and cardboardy on the bottom. It's just so bad, but people like it.
I swear you're describing Little Caesars, whose motto is pizza, pizza.
You know,
Pizza,
if
pizza.
Breaking Bad taught me anything, it's that these large German conglomerates own all of the, Hermanos, Pios Hermanos, and stuff like that. So probably they're all connected. It's all connected.
It's my favorite Warhammer character. Report to Pius Hermanos
Pius
immediately.
What is it?
For the
Napoleon
Emperor.
Hermano?
Yeah. The Omni Messiah. I love that stuff.
Chicken Brothers.
Even your fake
Pius
name
Hermanos.
is
Anyway.
If
amazing.
we ever do anything in the Warhammer universe, I'm calling that as my character.
Pius
please.
Hermanos.
Pius Hermanos.
Okay. You got to be a tech priest though, because it's pious.
Yeah. Yep. I'm
gotta
in.
do it.
That sounds great.
All right, that's my favorite, not class, but my favorite thing in the whole 40K universe is those freaking weirdo, spidery-looking tech priests that worship the Omni Messiah and are always hacking shit and removing their own body parts and replacing them with like ancient relics, and that's so badass. Anyway, back to EGM issue 132. Martha has a thing to say, or someone wrote into her, and we're going to hear what that was. Any special thing here, John? Or are we just playing?
No,
this?
I'm just going to do one letter. It might sound weird because I have COVID. We'll see how it goes.
Oh, I didn't know you had COVID. You have COVID?
I think I do.
Oh.
Everybody's sick. So my stepdaughter tested positive, and my stepson is sick, and then the baby got sick. And as soon as the baby got it, it was like, well, we're screwed because the baby literally loves to just spit on people. So that was the end of that. So I got a sore throat. I'm doing all right.
I hope it's nothing.
So you think the Rona is coming?
Well,
they're going. The kids went back to school, and as soon as they were around other people, that was the end of it.
Yeah.
So, like years of being safe, no problems, dodging this thing. Kids go back to school for 2 weeks, and it's like, oh, well,
I know so many people that were safe for so long, and the walls were just closing in. Like it's like
it's like a BR.
It's like it's like the episode of Seinfeld where whoever can last the longest kind of thing, and Kramer's kind of feels like that, where it's just like, holy shit.
Kramer slaps his money on the table and yells he's out. I love that. All right, well, one letter from Martha, or to Martha. Let's see how it goes.
My dearest Martha, having seen the ups and downs of the video game industry for these many years, I might have a layman's understanding of how resilient it can be. But after reading about Microsoft's intro of the Xbox, I can't but wonder if this might be the death knell for this industry. As I understand, Microsoft's mantra has always been, if you can't beat them, buy them. And this is exactly what it will do. Once having introduced its machine to the masses, it would probably go about investing and buying out developers and publishers so as to standardize on its platform and Windows CE OS. If rumors are to be believed, even now they are in talks with some Japanese developers, the main rumor being Square and Namco will buy them out. I have never held loyalty to one console maker, having enjoyed games from every platform, but if Microsoft gets its way, all of us will be forced to play games it produces on machines it makes. I hope this day will never come, but having smelt a multi-billion-dollar market, Microsoft is about to go on a feeding frenzy. P.S. I have been an EGM reader since the days of Steve Harris and have enjoyed your magazine thoroughly. It just keeps getting better and better. Thank you. Yours in this life and the next, Ravichander.
All right, so I have this to say about Ravichander's prediction. He was right about buying up developers. He was ultimately wrong about forcing everybody onto their platform, unless he could have foreseen Game Pass, which is really hard to foresee in 2000. So kind of he's right.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
that's why I read it. I read it and I was like, this is funny in how wrong it is, but also funny in how right it is.
Yeah, there's some right and
wrong.
wrong.
A little bit of both.
Yeah, a little bit of both. That's wild. That's what I love about these magazine ones, because I don't know, I feel like we get to kind of scrutinize what actually happened and everybody's attitudes at the time. And, that was a time of like, Microsoft sucks, they shouldn't do anything. That was that time. And people are more positive on him now, but also his prediction's kind of correct in some ways. I don't know.
Yeah, it's wild. That's why I like doing the magazine ones too. I like it because you get to see how right or wrong these predictions were, but also it's a real window into, hey guys, if we do core for 20 years, we're going to be talking about the same shit. In 20 years, like, nothing changes. Like, the players change, but the game stays exactly the same. Like, people still worried about, they're buying up developers, console exclusivity. Like, they're not talking about microtransactions,
April
but I guarantee...
Fools and poor taste.
Yeah, it's all the same thing with just a slight twist to it. Yeah. Like, we're all just as mad about everything.
Yep.
So.
It's good to do that. It's humbling and reminds us to not be so, indignant about things that are just really our problems and not actual problems.
Yeah.
To prove that I haven't learned anything, we did 2 or 3 weeks of people complaining about the look of Zelda, and here I am complaining about colorless Diablo 4. Clearly learning nothing. Try it before you judge it. You know,
Yeah.
I feel like if you-
nothing has changed.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes you can be right about that stuff. Like if you didn't like the Virtual Boy, you were right. Like nobody's into that shit.
Yeah.
You know,
Once
so,
in a-
you know,
once in a while, yeah. A bad
But
client.
what really sort of tripped me up was, so did he write Death Knoll or Death Knell?
Let me look.
Because you said Death Knoll, and it kind of just made me laugh.
I try to read it exactly as it's written, which sometimes includes
Yeah, that's why I
some
wonder if he
grammatical
wrote Death
errors
Knoll.
and stuff. Let me see.
I want to make that a new expression.
Because a Death Knoll is a really cool D&D character, whereas a Death Nail is not.
He wrote Death Knoll.
Knoll? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That
Great.
made it
He's
better.
wrong. Spelling error. He's immediately wrong.
I figured it was probably as I read it because that's what I try to do. But yeah, I also say.
Oh, that's
Death
good. It's
Knoll
perfect. That's
from
why I
time to
asked.
time.
I was like, well, it's okay. I don't have a lug to stand on
A
when it
lug?
comes to pronounce.
I saw a video the other day where
Pronunciation.
someone said skeletal, and I nearly sent it to you, and then I was like, "What am I doing?" It's like a 30-minute video just to be like, "Bo,
Oh, nice.
someone else says skeletal."
Did
Look
they?
at
I want to hear
I'm
this
telling
now.
you, I did not come up with this. Like I heard it somewhere
I want to hear
enough
it.
times.
Is
I
that a
thought it
thing
was
that's
skeletal.
easily findable, John? Where'd you get
No, because it's not the crux of the video. I was just watching, and it
Oh,
was
shit.
it was a British person, and so maybe
Yeah,
it's a popular way of saying it over there or something. But yeah,
this? Okay.
Skeletal. You could probably also tie it to an accent. Like it probably, if an English person could write in who's cognizant of all the different.
We are looking at how to
Whoops, sorry. This guy was going to tell me how to
wow,
say
that
That
guy's
voice-
voice is amazing.
I want him to voice act.
Wow,
Who is
it.
this?
Let's see what he says. Hold on.
pronounce this word, as well as how to say more interesting and related words in English, so make sure to stay tuned and consider subscribing for more learning how do you say it. In British English, it is said as skeleton.
Oh, I want skeletal, though, not skeleton. But I do like this guy's
What a
skeleton.
hero!
Skeleton.
That voice. What a hero voice that guy has.
Oh, it's
my
amazing.
goodness,
Skeleton.
I'm about to prepare a potion.
Skeleton.
My cauldron.
skeleton.
That guy's cool. All right. Well, we did our part on that, and now we do this here. It's time to talk about the games we played. I did 2 experiments this week, and one of them resulted in me beating a game.
We're gonna. All right, here we go.
The other one is brief, so I'll explain it real quick. I decided there's all this talk about are Netflix games even is anyone playing them, burp, 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 and all this talk about these things for mobile. And I thought, well, let's just go see what they've got, and I'm going to play
Yeah,
every
I'll
game.
triple their player base. I'll try it.
I went to do this. You should hear Tom Merritt's take on this because I
No,
actually think
that's
he's
not
right.
true though. But of any of the shows, we covered it last week.
Yeah, we covered it. But you should hear Tom Merritt's take on this thing. I think he's actually correct about his take. He talked about it at length on Wednesday's DTNS, but he basically says, look, and they've said as much. This isn't the final iteration or anything. This is them throwing a bunch of money, which they have a lot of, at a thing and saying, let's see what works. Let's start experimenting. This is the knowledge phase. This isn't the finished product. This is us putting some stuff out there. We see how it tests. We see how it does. We add these features. We do this stuff. And if you go back to 2007, it is almost exactly the template they used for moving into streaming. And at the time, if you looked at their streaming lineup, it was shit in 2007. Like, it was bad. The launch was like a horrendous lineup. There was no original content then. And it was bad movies nobody cared about, so that's what they got access to. And they built it. Tom's convinced, and I'm pretty sure he made a pretty strong argument about this, that Netflix's thing here is start really small, build it out. We follow the template we already know that we did with streaming, and we see where this takes us. So
Makes sense.
So that's one part of this. But
I think that's smart, but it's also coming from Tom, who honestly, if Tom Merritt came up to me and was like, "Well, John, your parents actually named you Boris," he'd probably convince me that was true. Like, Tom's
would.
just like, I'd be like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. They probably did name me Boris.
Yeah.
He just makes such a clear point.
He does. He
Got
makes
lost
really
in
good
his
points. He generally tries to not do Boris-like ones. He likes to have a little meat to whatever his arguments are.
I think I understand what John's saying.
I know what you
minus
mean.
The as I've listened to lots of Tom's podcasts over the years, and it is just like a okay.
Yeah.
I have nothing. Often I'm talking back to the shows that I'm listening to, and I listen to Tom. I'm like, I don't know.
No
I'm
notes.
glad he's telling me. Yep.
Yeah.
No notes. No notes. No notes.
It's
Yeah,
a sensible.
I was gonna say
yeah.
he could tell me the sky isn't blue, but then you always get that person that's like, well, technically the sky isn't blue. And I just didn't want to have that. So I just needed an argument that nobody would be able to poke holes in immediately.
Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that either. Those kind of people annoy me. But anyway, it was a really good point. And so part of that conversation, plus us talking about it last week, I decided to go on this little mission, this little short mini mission of playing everything they've put out so far, have a little bit of experience with every one of those games, and then come to the show and just say kind of where I ended up with it. Okay, I'm not going to talk about all the games. Don't worry. It's like 30 of them or something. I'm not doing that. But I will say that I think their top, let's say, 4 games, despite the fact that they don't have synced across platform stuff, they don't have some of the required controller stuff that Apple's doing with their service. So there's some of those things missing. I think maybe those things are coming. Like I'd love, cross save would be really nice for my iPad and my phone to my iPad. They don't do that yet. But pound for pound, the actual games, I think might be better than almost the entire lineup of Apple's stuff. And there's nothing wrong with a lot of what Apple stuff is.
Wow.
But it's just there's some really good games in here. I'll give you an example. Into the Breach is on there, and it costs you nothing if you have a Netflix account. And Into the Breach, as we know, is an amazing game. It's an incredible game, and it's really good on there. I've been playing that.
I already own it on PC.
Yeah, you have it. But if you're looking for a good game, they have that. Point P is
so
amazing.
We're ranking their catalogs, right?
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, that's solid.
The other one is Point P. I talked
game.
about on the show before. That Point P game is made by the dude that made Downwell. If you don't know what that game is, that's also amazing. Anyway, really cool game. Moonlighter's on there with all the DLC, which is, again, already a Steam game. None of these are new original games, by the way. They're not doing that yet. But they're all games you can get someplace else if you already want to pay for them, or they're here. Moonlighter's amazing. Arcanum Rise of a Khan is a very good card battler roguelike thing that I also have on PC. I had a dev code for that. And the version on this is very, very good. Those are the top 4. There's a ton others I could mention, but I'm not going to get into those. They have upcoming games like Spiritfarer, which I know John and I liked, both played and liked. Mm-hmm. City builder called Reigns 3 Kingdoms, which is coming to PC same day. That'll be their first day 1 launch game. Or no, that's Terra Nil, sorry. Reigns 3 Kingdoms already exists. But Terra Nil is this new one. It's not even on Steam yet, but it's on wishlist. Anyway, point is, after playing all of these, I came down to these 4, and they were really good, good game experiences. More like traditional game experiences, the stuff I kind of get into on PC or might like more on consoles. And I think that's a good, strong lineup. I think they're games that are original to Netflix. Like they've got a couple of games that are based on Stranger Things, and those are okay. They're fine. They get some stuff like that. But for the most part, it's a small list, but it feels like quantity over quality right now. And while, people aren't playing these in droves, and there's lots of problems about discoverability, all the stuff we talked about last week is true. I think there's some really good, strong stuff there. Doesn't mean they'll nail the landing and get this the way that they want it, and they're working on cloud and all this other stuff now, some job listings for cloud developers. Maybe, but I'm just saying from a pure hey, I'm signing up today. I already have Netflix, or I got to pay this extra $5 a month for Apple Arcade, and I like mobile games. Where are you going to get the most value? If you already have Netflix, you will get it on these Netflix games. They're better games. Sorry, Apple, they just are. There's more on the Apple side, and I realize, again, subjective here. People could say, well, that RPG John talked about last week is so good on its own, it could be the greatest game of all of these. Well, maybe. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying really strong lineup for a thing that hardly anyone knows about or uses. So that was my experiment. You're welcome, everybody. I did it for you.
Hey, Scott played all of them, so you can pick from his top 4.
That's right.
So I'm looking for a provider for games on my mobile device.
Yeah.
Your recommendation is?
I would. Do you have a Netflix account already? Do you already subscribe?
Sure do.
Oh, good news, Bo. I would get the. I'd go ahead and get the Netflix games. I'd get all those.
After last week, I heard from people that said they never saw the section because, again, it's not it looks like an advertisement. It doesn't look like an actual section to pay attention
It's also
to.
way down the list, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sucks.
Yeah.
But they said, I didn't know about it. You guys talked about it, though. So I just went to the App Store and searched for Into the Breach or Netflix Into the Breach and got it and just downloaded it that way.
Yeah.
So you don't even need to launch the app, really.
No.
You can just
don't.
find it in the App Store
Right.
if any of those games are pique your interest. And then you just get them if you have Netflix.
Yeah. They just work.
So, yeah, it's fine. I'll tell you what this conversation made me do. It didn't make me care anymore about Netflix games, but it did make me reinstall Into the Breach.
Good.
So I'll probably have played that next week.
Good.
'cause
That game's
so
awesome.
good.
That game's amazing. All that new content's on this mobile version as well. And speaking of like a perfect platform for it, like I'll never convince John that the phone's the way to play anything. But if you're going to pick a game that works just great with drag and drop,
That's probably
it's really good for that. Yeah. It's also good on controller. I've been playing on the Steam Deck's fine on there. But it's really strong as a drag and drop sort of mouse controlled thing, which means your finger's the mouse. So start fingering your mouse is what I'm saying. And then here's my other experiment. Oh, sorry, another PSA, a little public service thing. During the week, I made a giant list of all the Steam Deck games that I've played and liked to this point, meaning they played well, that it was good, and I made a whole list and put it on the internet. Oh, I'm not reading it here.
2,
No. It's not happening here.
1.
No. Here's the URL. Ready?
You made an actual list.
Yes, I made a list. I'm not going to read them here.
I was waiting
That's
for
stupid.
John's comment about this to be like,
No.
how big is the list?
No, I'm not talking about the list. It's all I'm saying is if you want to read my list of my favorite 2D, I broke it in categories, favorite 2D and 3D games on the Steam Deck. You can find it at frogpants.com/deck games. Let me make sure that's right.
Did you do this on a spreadsheet, Scott?
No, I just did it
I'm
on
going to the
my
URL right now. No,
You just made a list?
deck.
Just
Look,
a list
Yeah,
in
deck
general?
games.
First of
Frogpants.com/deck games. That's it.
First of all, I love the enthusiasm.
Yeah.
The nerd in me loves that this is something you do.
Yeah, I made a list, man. Look
I
at that.
I don't
This is
have
a
any
public service for.
I don't have any
people.
criticism. I think it's hilarious, but I don't have any criticism of this. I think this is extremely funny. And it's
Why?
because I did something similar. I told you about this. Bo wasn't here for this, so he missed this. So this
Oh.
is going to be a shock to him. But my wife the other day came into the office and I looked like I was working furiously on something.
Yeah.
And she's like,
What?
what are you doing?
Yeah.
And she knew something was up because I had Excel open willingly. Like it wasn't part of work or anything. And she's like,
"Where's the chatterbait?"
what are you doing? And I was going through our last episode and time stamping all of our discussions. And I saved it in an Excel document that was called Petty.
I did this. I created this. You know, people are not going to know because this happened post-show.
This was post-show. It wasn't on the pre-show, and it wasn't on the show.
If you're an audio listener, you have no idea what kind of beef's been going on behind the scenes. There's drama like crazy with the core
crews coming to blows.
We're infighting, and maybe we have to. Yeah. Anyway, so you made a spreadsheet.
I made a spreadsheet to time everything. Now, I also told Scott this, and this is true. The reason I did it is because I've been so used to doing my own stream and vamping so much on conversations and stuff like that I've actually become incapable of telling how long I have talked about something. And so if somebody says like you talked about solitaire for 20 minutes, there's a part of me that's like,
somebody said that.
Did I actually say that? Did I do that? What happened? And so I went to check, and then yes, I did get petty with it. I was like, oh, we talked about it for 4 minutes, 20 seconds. How long did everybody talk about everything? And I checked the whole thing. So I know the way that these weird passions can bubble up and turn into projects. And I think it's very funny and endearing to see that one happened to Scott. At least Scott's is a service to other people.
We're kind of upstaging this with our beef, but
Scott's is something people can actually use. Mine serves nobody any good except me.
Yours was a spite list. Mine was one where I had enough people say, "Hey, do you have a list somewhere of all the games you talked about so far on the deck, and what are you playing on there?" And I just got mine, and I said, "You know what? I should do that. I'll just sit down and make one." So I took 20 minutes and Made a giant list, and
it
every
has
single
links. This is so convenient.
yeah, they all have
for
links
people
right to
use.
Steam. So if you click on,
Although I want to say, if you feel like you have a bit of time, I think you should throw John's list up under frogpants.com/petty list.
Penny list. Here's the timestamps for everything. I will use this, Scott. I'm not kidding. If the day comes that I do get a Steam Deck, I am going to absolutely. This will be
You
a
should.
first stop to be like, what works really good on the device.
And that's the big
I think
takeaway.
This is a genuinely good service.
That's the big takeaway. None of these are like, oh, these are games of the year, or these are the greatest games of the world, or any of that. These are just like, hey, these all ran really well, and I enjoyed them. So I didn't put anything I didn't like on here, even if it ran well. And so everything I put on here I like, and then, but they're all like, and some of them are not marked in the store as deck verified, which is a little green check mark. Some of them have caveats,
So
but
they're
they
Scott verified for Steam.
but they still work. Yeah, they're great. So anyway, and there's a ton on there. I put a ton, and I also at the bottom put all the instructions on how to do Game Pass on your game deck, and also a link to how to run retro stuff as well. So
no, this is great. Actually, this is a good resource because people do ask in the chat or have, then you can just link this and be like, here you go.
yeah. So
What's
again,
the link again, Scott?
at home,
In
if
case
you're
people got
hearing,
sold later.
yeah, if you guys just got here, it's frogpants.com/deckgames. It's also on our core website as well. I just put a link on there, so go check it out.
Awesome. That's
Public
great.
service. All right. Finally,
We need a list. We need another page on your website. Sorry to do all this website management on the show, but we need another page for that's games Scott completed, and then games that John counts that Scott complete. Like we have both lists.
What counts? What doesn't count?
Well,
Because
no,
I think
just
we're
have
about
a
to get into
column.
this topic again.
you just have a column. You have the game, and then you have me, you, and John. And each column you put an X if you think it's truly finished or not. John,
I don't want to get involved. Just
mind
just me
blank.
two.
Yeah. So the
Put
game
a picture of me eating popcorn.
the game I finished after a big pause was, let me tell you how I got there. But it's Assassin's Creed Origins, the one with Bayek of Siwa, my favorite character in the history of that series. I know everyone's like, wait, what about what's her name in Odyssey? I love her.
Before we
but she's
before we
right
get
there.
into it, Scott, I have to tell you, I tweeted you this, but this is genuinely weird. You played this game, and you out of nowhere you played this game.
Yeah, it
I
is
don't
very
know
out
what
of nowhere.
inspired you to play it, but I saw you tweet about it, and literally the night before, when I woke up, I saw that tweet.
Yeah.
That night, I dreamt about Cassandra from Assassin's Creed Odyssey. It is the weirdest freaking thing
That is weird.
I've ever experienced, that you woke up and you were like, you know what? I got to play Assassin's Creed Origins. And I woke up and was like, I just dreamt about Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I should play Assassin's Creed Odyssey again.
Yeah,
I really
why not?
should.
Why not? Okay, so here's I'll tell you the tale here. And she is awesome. Don't get me wrong. She's right up there, but I love Bayek so much. I love his story. Anyway, so here's how it came around to it. I watched the movie Prey, which was on Hulu. And I love the movie, but what really struck me in the movie was the music. Didn't expect the music to be so amazing. I was like, oh my gosh, this is an incredible soundtrack. And I want to know more about this. So I started looking up stuff and seeing what Trachtenberg had said online about the music. And it turns out he is also a huge fan of the Assassin's Creed games, and says that he was like, man, the music in these are so good, and we need to get someone for music for this upcoming project. And he reached out, talked to her, and bim bam boom, Bob's your uncle. They got the soundtrack for Prey. So I looked it up, and it's the composer who she made music for all three of the most recent games. She does other games as well, Modern Warfare, some other stuff. But the three most recent Assassin's Creeds, these newer ones, Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla, all her scores. And they're amazing scores. So then I thought, well, you know what I'm in the mood for? I'm in the mood for just listening to some of these scores. So I fired up a big playlist of some huge 10-hour thing on YouTube of nothing but music from Origins. And I got so into it that I went, why am I not just playing Origins again? So that's where that came from. This amazing music drove me to remind myself that I never really finished. I played really deep into it, so I was probably even close. As it turns out, I was a week close. So this is the other experiment. That's how it led me to this. But my other experiment was, Scott, this is going to be a week where you play one video game. You're going to be like normal people. You're going to play one game. Doesn't matter when it came out. You're going to play that game, and that's all you're going to play like normal freaking people who play video games. They play one game, and that's the game they play until they're done, and then they move on to something else. And I'm usually like, 50 different things. Let me try this indie. Let me try this AAA. Let me do it. I'm doing all these too many. It's too much. So I said, I'm going to play a game. And I just make sure it's a good deck game. It turns out it is. And that's what I did. I played it on about half the time on PC, half the time on the Steam Deck. It, synced saves and stuff so I could keep my progress. And I was already about 30 plus hours into the game when I bounced. So I immediately got back into it, really enjoying it. And then before I knew it today, before the show, I freaking beat it. Done and dusted. Only took me 6 years or whatever it's been.
Yeah, see what happens when you devote yourself to only one video game?
I know, it's amazing. So what's hilarious is my next game is going to be get back into Odyssey. Wherever I was, I'm not starting over. I'm going to be wherever I was.
Yeah, you couldn't. Like,
no,
that game is long.
It's too big. That's
I
one thing.
wonder how it compares to Valhalla, too, because I got a little taste of what you guys are talking about in Valhalla.
Yeah, they're long games.
It feels like it's bigger than Odyssey.
Odyssey,
it might be the biggest of the three.
I think Odyssey was the biggest because I think there were a lot of people that were like, "Is it going to be as long as Odyssey?" And they were like, "No, it's not going to be that big again."
I think it might be as big now with all the DLC, but yeah,
I think Valhalla was touted. I've read it. I haven't done it, but I was just like, "Oh my god!"
I know the world's the biggest.
I played 20 and 30 hours, and there's this big. This is non-DLC, the big kill list. I had like 2 people on it.
Yeah.
I'm barely in the game after 30 hours. It's kind of nuts.
And I haven't killed them all either. That's the other thing with Origins. If I really wanted to go back and try to 100% it, there's plenty more for me to do. I just beat the story. So I could go back and do all the side quests and stuff if I wanted. But I kind of want to just jump right into Odyssey now and do the same thing there and then get back into Valhalla and just keep going. Like, I'm really got a taste for it right now, and I kind of am into it. So I think I'm probably going to do that. I installed it before the show. Odyssey's just sitting there waiting. Haven't tried it on the Steam Deck. That's okay if it doesn't work great, but it may. I don't know. It's only a year different.
Oh, it's close. So here's the hours according to the how long to beat, which granted might vary, but at least it's the same site for all 3 games.
Yeah.
But it says Assassin's Creed Origins main story 30 hours, main plus extra 52 hours, and completionist 84 hours.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Odyssey is main story 44 and a half hours, main plus extra 83 and a half hours, and completionist 140 hours.
Jeez.
Which Valhalla's it's like mixed. It's higher in some areas but lower in others. Main story for Valhalla is 59 and a half hours, so more for the main story. Main story plus extra is 93, but then it's shorter for the completionist with 136. So it's right there in the same vein. Like,
same zone.
Those games are so long.
Yeah, they're big old beasts, but man,
I think it's because you spend a lot of time, like in Valhalla, it's fun to be on the boat just raiding river towns. It's got nothing to do with the main story. Like, I spent a lot of time just screwing around.
Yeah, each of the games has like a part. They have a thing like that. In that case, it's raiding towns from the river and
it didn't even feel like Assassin's Creed, to be honest. It's like, it's hilarious.
Oh yeah, no, that game. That's the other thing I like about Origins. They retain more of the stealth stuff than the other 2 do. But I don't know. You can stealth in those kind of in certain situations. It depends on what you're doing.
Like, I think I didn't get to it yet. I think you graduate from Viking to going to towns and doing that. But like the first 30 hours, it's literally VikingShit.com.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like assassinations. Just, how does a Viking assassinate someone? They literally run at you from the boat with 2 giant axes and swing it into your head, like, ooh, super stealthy.
Yeah,
it's awesome though, but it's just like, I was like, it's just Assassin's Creed in name only. Like, but I think judging by the way the story was going, I think probably.
Yeah, you do some stealthy. I still played that game, even that one pretty stealthy because I just like that gameplay. But you can, outside of the town raids, it's not very.
At one point, you go and do mushrooms in that game and talk to weird deer in like a space zone. Like, it gets really. I'm like, Assassin's Creed, like,
yep.
All these
is like
3
Vikings, the TV show.
But these 3 are all like that. Like, you fight a giant freaking raw statue in Origins.
Yeah, I guess Odyssey definitely gave those vibes too. I never played.
Yeah, you fight the Minotaur. There's also a non-Minotaur That's a whole quest line.
Not
but there's-
Minotaur. A
Well,
Nonotaur?
the first time that they have you encounter the Minotaur, it is literally a dude in a cave
Yep.
wearing a bull over his head, going, "I'm the Minotaur!" Like he's just yelling inside his mask. But you
Oh,
do
it's like
later
follower.
encounter the real Minotaur.
Yeah, you get
but-
to the real guy later. I've got at least that far. I don't know how. I can't remember how deep or far I got, but when I'm in the mood for Assassin's Creed games, I really am in the mood. And that's what I'm in the mood for right now. So the main thing I wanted to do, though, the experiment was, Scott, can you calm down and play one game and focus on that and not get distracted? And the answer is, yeah, I did.
But
Look at
didn't
that.
you play all the Netflix games?
Oh, well, yeah, but that didn't. I wasn't me playing them hard or trying to finish anything.
Oh,
that was
okay.
like work, you know? Like I
So
wasn't
it was
doing that
just
for
that
fun.
and 30 other games, but they were casual.
Yeah, they were casual. I mean, if I spent more, the one I spent the most time on was Into the Breach, and by a more time, I probably maybe an hour. So I haven't.
didn't cheat. I dated 30 other women.
Yeah, but my goal,
I
like
but
you
I
don't
wasn't
understand.
emotionally invested in them. I was only emotionally invested in you.
The Netflix thing was an experiment for DTNS and for the show, and it felt like work. Like it felt like a work thing to do, and I did it during the day, and it wasn't like a thing where it was like, you know, for my own pleasure or whatever. But this run through, this finishing of Origins was definitely for myself. I didn't stream any of it. I just wanted to play it, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. And I can't wait to get back into the other one because I'm in the mood now. Will I bounce again? I don't know. Maybe, because this one's huge, and I am looking forward to that new Saints Row at the end of the month. But I got the open world itch right now, and I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
yep, that's what I did. No huge list.
So, John, do you want to get your watch out? I need a pee break, but if you guys don't need it, I don't want to miss any of John's segments.
Oh,
So
we can
maybe-
pee. Let's pee. Let's go pee.
If the group's all on board for pee break,
Yeah,
let's do it. If
let's
not,
pee bake.
then you
Pee
can find
bake.
me. For,
Bake
for
your
the memes.
everybody bake your pee, and
Everybody pee
we'll be
bake.
back. Yeah, don't
Pee
worry.
bake. It's time for a pee
bake.
bake.
We'll give it a 5. You got
The
5 minutes.
bake-off.
Can you do it in 5, Bo? Do you think? You safe? Can you do
I will
that?
try.
Okay. All right. His peas take a
Are
little
we
longer.
gonna time him again?
I can start the. You know what? It's a good idea. Hold on.
Yeah, I did a stopwatch.
Set a timer for 5 minutes.
Oh, you're gonna do a timer? I got a stopwatch going.
Okay, that's totally fine. So this will go for 5. Your stopwatch is a good verification. I'll even reset the stream clock. Whoops. There we go.
Reset the clock. We got a 5-minute pee bake coming up.
Yep, we got a pea bake.
The hottest pee bake in town.
Yeah, and I think, let's see, where is that? I think I can. Oh, you know what? I am going to do this. I'm going to play some music and then go pee because I know I can do it in less than a minute. It's Bo I'm worried about. So anyway, we'll be right back, everybody. Stay tuned.
Set the clock. We got a 5-minute pee bake coming up.
Yeah, we got a pea bake.
Oh, why is that playing?
Hold on.
The hottest pee bake in town.
Yeah, and I think there. It's playing that over again. All right.
It's like, wow, remix.
How's my time? I'm back towards Scott.
4 minutes and 28 seconds.
What?
Yeah, you did it, man.
Is it just me or is this music super loud?
It's very loud.
Are we live on stream?
I don't know. Chat room, can you hear us? Chat room, can you hear us?
Yeah, we're live. They can hear us over the stream.
Great.
But maybe just barely.
Yeah. We have to
Chat
yell
room.
over this music.
Put your dongers up. I guess they don't say that anymore.
Hello? John?
Hold on.
Can you hear me?
I made it. Oh, this is still loud. Sorry.
This club is so amazing.
My favorite thing about going out is not hearing anything.
That was really loud.
You know what? Me too.
Sorry, I didn't think of muting you guys. Totally forgot.
That's okay. They can hear us on the stream too, very faintly, which is kind of fun.
Oh yeah, that's what you want.
I got a delivery. I got
What'd
had
you get?
time for a pee and a delivery.
What'd you get?
Replacement glasses. So as you might be aware, I'm pretty good at keeping them in. These glasses are like kaput. Like, see how they're like this? They've been like that for like a long time, like at least 8 months, if not a year.
Yeah.
Probably not a year, but a long time. So I just got replaced. So I'm gonna.
Oh, that's
switch them
great.
out now.
Right now on the show, you're getting.
Hopefully they
swapping
fit.
them
Yep,
out.
live.
Wow.
Live. Everything is content. TM.
Yep. Welcome to
I
the
got a
content
new
channel.
pair of glasses.
That's amazing.
They look identical, so there's nothing. This is not going to be anything shocking. They're
All right.
very inexpensive.
Well, don't
He
break
made
these.
it, by the way, Scott. 4 minutes and 28 seconds.
I know my alarm went off and he was already sitting there.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised.
Oh, these are clean too.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so clean. Wow, it's like VR in here, man.
Wait.
Realer than real, man.
He
Realer
did say
than
he
real.
did say 1 minute though. Remember, 1 minute to pee.
No, he said 5.
Oh,
right?
Two.
Oh.
Well, yeah, you said, can you do it in 5? And I said,
Oh,
I
that's
think
right.
so.
That's right. That's right.
Oh.
And I made it.
You did. You made it.
I made it.
Congratulations.
I did it, everyone. Chat room rejoice.
All right. Let's move on to
There.
John's
Thank
picks.
you, Kazumi, for your donger.
Hey, did you play Cult of the Lamb? Because that was the hot talk for all week. What was the deal there, John? You like Cult of the
Yeah,
Lamb?
I did play it. The funny thing is I didn't get too much further into it, so I don't have a lot more to say because I played it on stream, and for stream, people were like, yeah, start it over. So I basically played what I had already played. But it remains really solid. I've heard some people say that the game isn't as deep as they would like. But generally, the consensus I'm hearing is that it's a very good game. Every experience I've had with it has been a lot of fun. I like the twisted sense of humor. I like the art style. I think it's a really creative, awesome game. So I'm going to be playing more of it for sure. But
Nice.
unfortunately, I was hoping I'd have more to say about it, but I didn't have a lot of free open time to play video games this week that wasn't streaming or otherwise.
Sure.
So I basically played the same introductory like levels and learning about building your cult and converting cute little critters and stuff like that. So that's basically all I've done. You clean up poop. There's poop in that game.
Oh,
You know, so get into the core wheelhouse here. There's poop that
Great.
you have to pick up, and then you get fertilizer, and you can use that for growing plants and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a good game. I really like it. Hopefully I will actually get further in it and can talk more about it next week. But it has really fun Twitch integration too. So it's also a pretty fun game to stream. It has a lot of ways that you can interact with listeners through using what's it called? Like an app or whatever they call them. I can't think of the name.
I know what you mean. I can't think of it either.
Integration, Twitch
extension.
extension. That's it. Yeah, it's got a good Twitch extension, so there's some fun things you can do with chat and stuff like that. And
the only bad part about extensions is they don't work on mobile. So you're like, hey, everyone, I got the extension. Everyone's like, I'm on mobile. And you're like,
mobile,
okay.
iPad. All right,
iPad,
well, everybody
mobile.
else will do this. But yeah, there's ways that they can like help create your followers and throw some stuff into the world for you to deal with. So that stuff's always cool.
Yeah.
I also played Cooking Simulator.
Oh,
which is on
shit.
Game Pass.
Yeah.
Because I did it on stream. Like what you do on stream is so different than what you do if you're just playing by yourself. Like if I was playing by myself, I would have probably gone to cooking school and learned how to actually play this game. Instead, I picked sandbox mode, which was a big mistake.
Yeah.
I just got dropped in a kitchen. I was like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I couldn't find any utensils I wanted. Clearly, the way they cook is different from how I cook. And so then my mission very quickly became, how much damage can we do to this kitchen? I blew up about 50% of the kitchen by putting gas canisters on stoves that were on.
Nice.
I tried deep frying a cookbook. That didn't work, but I did eventually light the cookbook on fire and throw it on the floor and light the entire floor on fire.
Great.
It was
Does it
a
have
successful
multiplayer?
Experience. I don't know.
I don't
know
think
if it does.
so.
Do you have an alert sound, Scott? Do you have an alert sound for me?
Oh, what? You have breaking news?
I need an alert sound, and I'll tell
Barry.
There.
Oh, you don't have a Star Trek?
Oh, yeah, I can give you that. Hold on.
If it's too long to find on
No,
the
I
normal
got it. I got
stuff,
it right here. No, that's warp. Nope, that's not it. Hold on. No, that sucks. No. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Oh,
go.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah.
VR alert. There's a VR version of this.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
You gotta
That's
make this
what
thing. We
that's
need an
what
alert for
everybody
VR alert.
said.
Whenever it's...
Yeah.
Like,
There is a VR.
it looks like a VR game as you play it. And
I was just wondering if
definitely
there's
feels like
crossplay.
it should be.
Because I feel like we could do a cooking simulator stream with crossplay if there was multiplayer. That's what
it
checking
looks
right
like
now.
it's single player only.
Yeah.
From what I'm
Oh,
seeing.
no, it's not.
Yeah.
Well, maybe
So I played
maybe
the
a
game.
mod or
I played a
patch or
bunch of this
something.
game. I have it on Steam, and it's ridiculous, but kind of fun. I want you didn't mess with any. Well, it's Game Pass, so I doubt you did. But there's that DLC for end of world stuff. It's like
No, I didn't do any of that.
That's supposed to be good.
just tried to make pasta sauce and it didn't. I basically just.
So, are you
burnt a
good at
couple
cooking
tomatoes.
IRL?
I'm okay. I'm not. I'm not
what's your
exactly.
top dish? What's your top dish?
The best thing I do is a Mexican take on shepherd's pie.
Oh, shepherd's pie. That's time consuming. Easy to get wrong if you don't do the ingredients right. I know because I copied Gordon Ramsay's shepherd's pie as a specialty. So we're shepherd pie brothers.
Yeah, you're Pie
Yes.
Brothers. Yeah.
We're pie brothers. That doesn't sound
Lost
right.
Lost Pie. No, sir. Whatever you said earlier.
But we're pie bros, and so I feel you on this. So okay, I can respect. Not that I intentionally try to be toxic or anything, but like I can respect you saying this is not real life, right? Because if Scott says that, and the best thing he can cook is a hot dog with a pita wrapped around it, and what is it, mayonnaise or maple syrup?
No, there's no
cheese and
maple syrup in it. I don't know where that came from.
That's Scott. Scott, is that your top dish, or do you actually have some savantitude?
I have this. Well, I'm not good at it, but I have these things called weird eggs. But it's really just
Okay, yeah.
It's all you need to know.
Nope, I'm not. I'm gonna pull a John here and not count that one. I'm gonna do a John move.
That's fair.
Say no, it's not on the list.
Totally fair.
Anything called weird and noun.
Yeah, weird eggs. My kids love them, but yeah, they're
they're probably good, right? So why are they weird? I have to know now.
Because they sound gross. Here's what I do. I take a small bowl and I take 2 eggs. I crack them, put them in the bowl, stir them up, kind of scrambled style. I put ranch dressing in there, like a spoon of it, and then mix it in, so it's got this flavor. And then salt, and then I do salt and pepper, and then hold on, there's more. I take it, I put it in the microwave. So I don't even cook it on a stove. I put it in the microwave.
Whoa, did I miss a step? Break it, 2 eggs, mix in ranch, microwave.
Yeah, stir it up. Okay. You got to stir it up.
Right.
You got salt and pepper. Then you put it in the microwave, and then you put it in for, depends. I think it's usually about a minute for 2 eggs. You finish with the thing. It comes out, and you scoop it out, and it's in a perfect like hockey puck freaking shape.
My God.
Yeah, and then you.
Are there any other steps?
Oh, you cut them up, and give them to the kids. That's it.
Oh my God.
They love them, dude. They
God.
love them. They love them. They used to love those things growing up. I'm a terrible cook. I will admit it. I have no problem admitting it. I'm garbage.
Oh my God.
Garbage in the kitchen. Thank goodness Kim knows what she's doing.
Weird. How did you first invent this? Did you see it somewhere, or were you like, what
No,
works?
I just made it up.
He's just inspired. He was like, you know what? I put these eggs in a bowl. You know what else can go in a bowl?
Yep.
Ranch dressing.
Yeah. And I've
Salt
made
and
my
pepper, because that's what you put on eggs, and put it in the microwave.
I've made myself plenty of spaghetti for a week and keep it in the fridge in a Tupperware thing, or it's all bad eating. It's all college food. It's
So I love you, Scott. Please forgive me if I'm being offensive.
Not at all. Not at all. I admit.
If you were to tell me these recipes aren't like real life, I'm gonna press X for doubt. But when John says it, I'm like, oh no, he probably knows. He can make a shepherd's pie.
I believe John could make.
He knows what a real
pie.
recipe is.
No,
so.
you're right. I look at both of you.
It provides me and our listeners with the proper context on John's comment.
I look at both of you and I go, oh, I bet those guys can both make actual food. I don't look in the mirror and think that.
Yeah, I mean, it all started with the whole trying to impress a potential mate.
Yeah,
right.
Which I've got
to compensate for certain things, so I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna make a mean ass shepherd's pie.
Yeah.
You'll want to leave, but then you'd be like, he might cook me dinner again, so I'm gonna stay.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I am the cook for the family. Like, that is typically my role, and it is not uncommon for food to be refused and then find out John made it and go, "Oh, John made it?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Now I would like it."
Now I want to know more.
That's kind of where it falls into. But I wouldn't say that I'm a great cook. Like, there are a lot of cooking skills I don't possess. I didn't know how to dice an onion properly until like a week ago, because it was just something I didn't do very often. I would be lazy and I'd get pre-diced onions or something like that, or just forego putting onion in something because I didn't want to do it. And of course, the first time I tried to do it, I cut myself doing it, so I'm not even that great at it.
Should do a cooking stream.
But I am okay at cooking. I made a fantastic lunch today, which was sort of like a baked ziti, except I didn't have actual ziti noodles, so you can't really call it baked
You
ziti,
should do a
'cause it's
cooking
not
stream.
Ziti noodles.
Yeah, you think John
back
should
when
do?
I was smoke weed every day, I did these cooking streams, and people liked them, and they asked me when I'm going to do one again. But now that I'm not doing that anymore, I'm like less likely to do weird things.
Was it
like
only
that.
fun because you were a little high, or was that why that was fun, or what?
Let's not get into those questions, because I would actually say like, all right, I'll briefly touch on this subject.
Okay.
Because it's legal in Canada and it's totally legit.
Oh, it's totally
subject to
fine.
talk
Yeah,
about.
you're good.
Yeah.
But I found I was much more motivated and positive while smoking weed every day, in that I would get up and go exercise, I would go do things. I was just inspired by life. I had a lot of energy for things and wanted to do crazy things. And now that I don't, I'm like, I guess I'll play some video games. I had an energy and zeal to do weird things that I just don't, and I can't explain it other than that. The problem is it's not great for you. At least it contributed to my year of anxiety and a lot of that stress I was going through.
Yeah.
Because I haven't been doing it for like a year and a half now, and I'm back to baseline. So, and it's funny because like the therapists I talked to were like, stop drinking coffee, go to bed on time, make your food better. Should I stop smoking weed? They're like, no, that's great. Like, because it's helping a lot of people right now. It wasn't good for me. Yeah. That's why, it varies. And I'm not giving any medical advice, blah, 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 blah. But all I have to say, I did cooking stream, and people like it, and they miss it, and I don't do it anymore. And I feel like I should. And I think John, just as a one-off, not as I'm a cooking streamer now, but as a special edition of the John Show, I think people would dig a little.
Do that.
A little cooking.
We'll all tune in for it, and if you guys
Cooking
ever want to see me,
something that's universal. People love food.
If you want to see me make a cylindrical brick,
I want to see that too. I want to see weird.
Scott's really the one
100%.
who should make a cooking stream
because
you should show people how to make cheese crisp weenies, whatever you call them. That's what I call them.
Cheese crisp weenies is a pretty good name. Mine are called Dogritos, but it's the same. Real quick here, the other thing we would do with these, we'd microwave them. They come out like a puck, and then you put them. You put cheese on it, and this is the most fun because this is an alternative way of doing it. You put cheese on it while it's in the microwave, so you've created a nuclear bomb in there because we would take it out of there, and then the kids would each take turns being the one with the fork that would like get up close to it like a bomb disarmer. It's like freaking what was that movie called with the Hawkeye? I can't remember. Anyway, they'd get up real close and go
The Hurt Locker,
and they'd take their fork and go poke, 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 and it would go bam and shoot cheese and egg all over the place. They loved doing that. My wife hated it because she'd come home, there'd be egg pieces on the ceiling. And
I can't imagine why that was unpopular.
But it was great.
You ever made a comment to I'm home to my 4 kids?
Well, here's what was great. We would then take the egg once it had gone, it would go kind of lower down after the explosion, and then you scoop it out, you put it on some toast, and then kind of basically make a sandwich out of it. Oh, it's so good, you guys. It's so good. I'm telling you.
Weird eggs?
Yeah, weird eggs. Weird eggs. Weird eggs are
I mean, it's almost like an egg in a basket, which I make those. Those are really good.
Those are good.
But, done in a very
what's the British? What they call the British call it something else? Egg in a hole or something like that, or egg in a. What is it? No, they have a name.
Egg in a hole.
It was
egg in a hole. I think Alice in Chains made that song. Egg in a hole.
Black as your soul.
Losing my soul.
There you go. Oh, here it is.
I'm about to crack.
It is egg in a hole. That's it. That's what it's called.
Egg in a hole.
And
I'm losing my soul.
It was in V for Vendetta. He made an egg in a hole for what's her bald name, and she ate it.
Yeah.
You guys remember
yeah.
this?
Oh, yeah. That's right. They do make that in that. Yeah. It's a great comfort food.
Oh, it is. It's very
That
good.
was one of those where I showed my wife and kids the food, and they turned their noses up at me because they were like, "What have you done?" And I showed them how to eat it, and they gave it a fair shot. And that's one thing I will always say to my family. They're very willing to try things, even if they're going like, that doesn't look very good. And they all loved it. And it was a regular for quite some time around the house.
So when you say, toad in the hole, they're saying is what it's called.
I always called it egg in a basket, but.
Okay.
Toad in a hole.
Toad in a hole sounds like something you'd do in a Porky's movie. I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's like frat boy bet. Or like we're gonna you coming? We're gonna do Toad in the hole.
We're doing Toad in the hole. Yeah.
Find out when you get there. Just take your pants off.
Yeah. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Take off your pants. Oh my gosh. All right. So Cooking Simulator still good. Still great.
I also finished a game, Scott.
Yeah. What'd you play? What'd you get?
I finished Final Fantasy VIII.
Oh,
it's done.
Okay.
That's
a game you started in the 90s and then finished in 2022.
Yeah, what save file did you use, John?
Yeah.
A new one from this year.
Oh shit. Well.
So that's what I finished this week, and yeah, I will say that was a game I played when I was in elementary school, apparently, and I did not appreciate the nuance and quality to that story. It's actually very good. They actually did something really, really interesting with it that by focusing really on just two main characters and making the story not really about the world ending events that are happening in the story itself, but focusing on a love story between two people instead, even to the degree of there is a part in the game where they are explaining what the big bad wants to do to take over the world.
Yeah.
And the entire time they're explaining what the big bad wants to do, the main character is just worrying about a girl.
Wow.
And I really like it's kind of realistic in that way. Like, because these are all teenagers, angsty teens. And if somebody's sitting there going, like, let me tell you about time compression. Time compression is a threat to our entire existence. Like, for the main character to be sitting there being like, man, I really want to save this girl because I think she likes me and I think I like her, the whole time they're talking about it.
Yeah.
Accurate. And I really appreciated the story for it. So 8 is very, very good. And I've always looked back on it fondly, but it's always been from a perspective of, you know, it was kind of the first Final Fantasy game I ever played. And I'm very involved in those characters and the music and the world. But now I feel like I actually have a concept of what that game was, what that story was. And it was really, really good.
And I assume you're launching straight into the 9 after this. Is that going to be a
so
thing?
That is the plan. On Monday, I am starting Final Fantasy 9 for the stream, for the playthroughs. And I am modding it, which I'm really excited about. I will give a shout out to the mod. It's called Maguri mod, Moguri.
Yeah.
And I went through hell trying to get Final Fantasy VIII modded and never could get it to work. I suspect it's probably because it was running on Windows 11, so no real fault at the mod makers or anything like that, but I couldn't get it to work. I couldn't get it to do anything. Final Fantasy IX installed and ran no problem. This Maguri mod installed and ran no problem. It's an amazing mod. It was extremely easy to install and get running, and the game looks amazing.
Really?
It runs on full screen, high definition. Everything looks very painted, and they used I can't think of it. Not UI, AI. Upscaling to upscale all the backgrounds and all of that to give them high res backgrounds so that they could do this. Everything just looks very, very good for it. So I'm really looking forward to it. 9 is another one that I hold in very high esteem. So I'm very excited to be playing it. I played a little bit of it as kind of a test run to make sure that, you know, when it came to the day, there wasn't going to be just nonstop technical issues. And it looks and plays beautifully. So I'm really looking forward to getting to that as well.
Nice. I like watching you play, so that'll be a good one to catch the streams on.
Yeah.
Tell us about Marvel's Spider-Man. I can't think of when you've bought that game before. I do the same thing. I just about bought it on PC. Came this close, and I'm like, I own this in 3 places. Why am I buying it again?
Well, see, I only own it in 1, and it's on the PS4, which right now I don't have a PS4 hooked up anywhere, so it felt like a decent buy. So yeah, I picked up Marvel's Spider-Man for PC on my computer, and that game runs amazing on PC.
Yeah, I've heard good things.
That's part of the reason why I am a little, depends on what they do with the launcher, but I'm excited about Sony putting more PC ports out, because I got to tell you, they're doing a good job. Like, Final Fantasy runs great. This runs great. Like, by all accounts, the new God of War runs great. So they're doing a good job. And yeah, it runs extraordinarily smooth. It looks amazing. Like, I haven't seen the kind of upscaling that it got for PS5 because I'd only ever played it on PS4, but it is shocking how good that game looks.
I agree.
And when it looks that good and plays that fluidly, it made me feel like my computer can do anything.
Yeah.
My computer could just solve any problem. What an amazing machine I have in front of me. It felt so good. And that game is just still all around solid. Like, it's for how complicated the web swinging actually is and what you're doing. It's a testament to how intuitive it is that they give you almost no tutorial on how to do it, and you just somehow naturally know how it should go, because clicks in your brain. You're like, I press this, he does a web, I see where it connects to the buildings, I know how momentum works and all of that, and it just goes.
Yeah.
And that game is so fun. I am going to join whatever camp it is that is not a huge fan of the new look for Peter Parker.
I think he's fine.
I don't think it's bad, but as somebody who remembers the old look to the Peter Parker, seeing the new one, I was like, what is this?
Yeah.
What's happened? So I was like stunned by the graphics everywhere, and then every time I saw Peter Parker's face, I was like, what's wrong? What happened?
Yeah, I didn't mind it. I got used to it really quick, and it didn't bother me after that.
Yeah,
But
I am still in the camp of I'm not the biggest fan, but I'm sure I'll get used to it. It's not a big deal. He just looks different is all. And so I have the memory of the scenes and how it looked before in my head, and then all of a sudden it looks different, and it just messes with you a little bit is all. It's not the biggest deal.
One quick thing to say about this, about these particular Sony games all running really well on PC, they also are all deck verified, like out the door. So if you're looking for another reason to play Sony games on the go, the Steam Deck versions of all, well, it's the same version, they're just the PC versions. They all run great, including this, which is brand new and looks insane on the Steam Deck. I've only seen video, so I don't have it myself, but that's I think that's cool. They're all deck verified and work like no problem at all. So don't put some PC launcher bullshit in there. That's what I'm saying. All right, sorry. Back to the point, or back to your games.
No, that's it. That's what I played.
All right, nice. I'm adding that game to my list because it is deck verified, and I know that game's good. So it's now on the list.
Finish that one?
I don't know, John. You gonna finish it? I never finished it.
I did finish it on PS4. I don't know how fast I'll go through it on PC, but yeah, we'll see.
I got pretty far, and I did
Scott,
technically.
You think you'd finish it?
Well, I started it this year, and I restarted it, I should say, this year on PS5, and I got, I don't know, 25, 30 hours into it.
Oh, nice.
So I still have time. I could finish it before the end of the year, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
It would count. It wouldn't fall afoul.
It would count on John's list, exactly.
Yeah, that's a legit win right there.
All right, excellent, John or Bo. You played Skyrim VR. I'm so excited to hear about this. What happened?
Yeah, so my gaming week took a sudden turn. Now, Skyrim VR. All right, a lot of people are going to want to hear this because if you are picking up the VR headset and looking for games, a few of you have messaged me with your suggestions, and there's a conversation to be had because you got to kind of find the good experiences. It's not as rich. You can't trip and fall into a AAA title that's amazing to play like you can in flat screen. Right. So the Skyrim VR game has a few knocks against it. It's $80. It's another full price version of Skyrim.
Damn.
No one who hasn't played Skyrim is paying this. And if you go to the review page on Steam, it's mixed, and that looks like $80 for a mixed game. Full of complaints. Why would I buy this? So disclaimer, I bought it at the Steam VR sale. It was half off, so I did pick it up to play later because I haven't seen it go on sale very often, including during this Quake Bethesda sale. It's not on sale, so that's why I snapped it up. I snapped it up because the comments you will notice is like bad but good with mods.
Okay.
I was like, I'm going to take the plunge because one of the biggest issues with VR games, even though in many ways they're much better than an old game like Skyrim, is they're not complete experiences. And this is a complete experience that I know will be good. And this is prior to me playing Half-Life. So I didn't really start it up. I was doing other stuff. And then, a new mod got released that caught my attention that made me need to play right away, which is a mod called Plank, which is physical something, attack, combat, whatever. Stands for something, but it's called Plank. And it basically allows you to grab a lot of things in the game.
Okay.
So you can, all that stuff on the table that you can steal?
Sure.
You can't really interact with it. You can pick it up, throw it across the room. It's great. You don't want to take out your sword to kill someone? Well, you can pick someone up and throw them off the cliff. You can literally pick any enemy up. I think there's weight restrictions, so I think a dragon's going to be hard to lift around. And this is the thing that really sold me. You can grab a dude, like let's say a bandit's coming up to you, and he's going to try and attack you. you can grab him so that he stops hitting you. So if you look, I have some clips posted on the link here. It's going to demonstrate this because whatever you're going to show is not going to be the experience I had on there.
All right.
So you're not actually showing the plank. So if you look, I put some funny clips down. I think the first one's the one you want. It's going to demonstrate the plank mod, which just came out like a few months ago. It's very new. So if you grab that clip,
it's going. It's just a longer delay because YouTube's longer.
Oh, okay, because YouTube's longer. Okay, so you'll see. Okay, so I can't follow along as quickly as on Twitch.
Yeah.
You'll see me fight a bandit king, or bandit, and basically I'm gonna pick the guy up, and then stab him repeatedly, while I'm holding on to him. Now I derp around trying to get my sword here.
Yeah.
But basically, this is a mod in the game that allows you to interact with other bodies. It's a lot of fun. So I had this thing where like, oh, I'm going to play a rogue, sneak up behind people, grab them by the neck and slit their throat. And that sounded awesome. I was like, I don't want to press a button and do it. I literally want to grab the enemy by the neck or by the head or muffle them and then go just go. Yeah. And I'm like, I got to play Skyrim now.
Yeah.
And thus begun my journey installing 150 mods into this game.
That's a lot. Holy crap.
Because there's just a lot of great mods, and you go down a rabbit hole, and they turn an old game into a better game. So what you're seeing, that clip there is me shooting a dragon. Actually, it doesn't demonstrate the mod that I wanted to show off today, but in VR, those dragons are amazing. They're huge. They animate. They talk. They go and it's just another experience. I'm having a ton of fun. And the thing is, it is Skyrim. It is a good game. So you're kind of like, okay, it's a tech demo. I'm gonna play for 30 minutes, check things out, check my mods out, and then you're like, you get lost. I talk to 15 NPCs in Whiterun, and all of a sudden I'm immersed in this world with a bunch of things going on, and there's an arrow in my knee. Yeah, so it's actually going to show it in a second.
So I'm going to grabbing the bones and moving the bones.
If you tab ahead a minute, I'm going to pick up the bones and try and make it talk while that NPC is blah blah blahing and eat her with it. Yeah. But you can pick up the skeletons and do things. So this wasn't in the base game. So the major complaint about the base game is like, you're charging me $80 and you did the bare minimum. Mind you, the bare minimum's good, but they really didn't do a lot, and the mod community has come to the rescue and like. There's a lot of work into a lot of these mods. Now, some of it's janky, and some of it's just getting used to the buttons, because like we talked about Assassin's Creed, there's a whole button schema you got to get used to in this game. But it's amazing. So there's a clip. If you want to see a more gross one, though, I really want you to see the funny clips.
All right, I'm going to put the funny ones up. Did you want audio with these? Do they require it?
No, it doesn't. Maybe audio, sure, but it's I don't know. It's
You won't see it for a bit, but here it is.
Okay.
Whoops, why is it no audio?
It's janky, so let's just get used to the buttons, because like we talked about.
I think sound's coming out of something else.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Final Fantasy video is still
if you want
playing.
To see a more gross one, though, I really want you to see the funny clips.
Well, look at you. You grab that guy and just stab him in the neck over and over? Do they require it?
Yeah. No, it doesn't. Maybe audio, sure. But it's watch me just going. I'm still learning how it works, right? So I'm being awkward. So I'm like, where's my sword? Okay. Just like stabbing him like so despicably. It's hilarious. But like, I'm also really low level, so I don't do a lot of damage.
Oh, that's great.
You sort of forget. So I think I overkilled him. I think he was just dead, and I was stabbing a corpse at one point.
That's great.
It's fun and visceral in a way like I haven't played in another game. Now I hear Blade and Sorcery's like this, and that's a good like new game. So I'm probably gonna check that out a lot sooner now. But
that's probably my summon.
Sorry, it's the second video.
Right. It's okay.
Oh, look at this
it
guy.
was just such a freaking fun experience, like to be able to grab people. So that was what propelled me to do the Skyrim. Was like, I have to get this mod.
Yeah.
Like I have to like be able to grab people, put a knife around their neck, stab them, and Skyrim. I'm gonna join the Dark Brotherhood to do the assassin missions. Like it's gonna be freaking awesome, all in like first person. This second clip is just also the physics will break your summons. It's like I patted my skeleton summon on the head and it disintegrated.
Wow. So how hard was it to find? Does somebody like clump these all together and said, "Here, this package of mods is what you need"?
Yeah, one of the big ones, the ultimate one, has like 200 or something like that. So there's all these different mods that the Skyrim VR modding community is there. So if you're gonna play this, you gotta have first the XESE, which is just some baseline script extender, does something to help the other mods out. There's a few just foundational mods that have dependencies on other mods, and so there is like a one-stop shop install that people have put together because there are so freaking many. But you do got to play around with it to get the results you want. I didn't use that. I custom so the last time I streamed was Saturday, and I was like, I'll be back on Sunday, and I didn't come back online till Wednesday because I spent 4 days of my free time researching the mods, how to do mods. Like, I never really modded Skyrim before, what to do, what's up to date, and what I needed. So I'm familiar with all the mods. I'm still tweaking the play experience, but I've got it in a pretty good place. So there's one that gives you a player avatar. The vanilla game just gives you hands like an Alex, but people like the avatar. It's kind of necessary because it's a dependency on other mods, so I've got to play with the player avatar. There's mods to add new spells, but in particular for VR, you also get the Alex gloves where you can target an item and also gravity gun it up to your hand.
Yeah,
that's fun. But I did something like it's dangerous too. Like, I don't think you can do a fist fight, and I got into a fist fight with a warrior woman, and she beat the shit out of me. I was like, I'm not hurting it. She's just like, bam, 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 in VR, I'm just getting my ass pounded. It was hilarious. And then a guard said something shitty to me. So I was like, shut up, and I gave him a slap in the face, and then all the guards unsheathed their weapons and murdered me. They're like, get him! And they just killed me. It's so cool because the game world is an actual full game world designed for 2D. So when you're in it in 3D, it's a really great experience. And I don't think I've played ports like Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
It's just a viewport mod. This does so much more because you can also use just the baseline mods to improve things. The other thing is about Skyrim is to change weapons, usually I have to go through a menu. So I have a spell wheel mod. So I just bring up a huge dial of images and just pick the one I want so I can quickly change spells out in the fly, hands-free. There's so much cool innovation going on in this game. The only problem with Skyrim is that I've played it before. I haven't played the DLC, so that'll be new content.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm interested potentially, and also I've never played any Fallout games. Fallout 4 VR got a lot of slams against it too, but it's a fresh experience. I may actually take the plunge on a Fallout 4. It's a more recent game.
Is that modded up too? They got lots of mods for that?
Yeah, it's modded. Like Bethesda games, like Skyrim's obviously number one. It's the John of modded games, the mod communities.
Yep.
Because we were saying you're number one at everything, John. So.
Oh right, yeah.
It's the John. True. It's Skyrim is the John of mod communities, I think. Maybe, yeah, I think now that World of War, one could argue World of Warcraft would also have a lot of mods. I think Skyrim's, it's crazy. I
don't know, man. The amount of times I've played Skyrim and never actually played it because I just spent so much time downloading mods for it. That game is insane. How many mods?
So one of the mods I have makes there's marryable women. Well, I think men and women, but anyways, there's a mod that makes the men and women a little less Nord and then more, pretty, let's say, like beautifies some of the marryable and romanceable NPCs.
Yeah.
But it's a foundation for some more. I mean, there's a mod called O-Sex that is just full sex simulator. I don't have that one installed.
Yeah.
But it's a foundational one. You could mod this thing to just be a full that if you wanted to. But it does have buxom and good-looking character models that are nude. And so I've forgotten Skyrim that when you take their armor, you take their armor. So at one point, there's a necromancer, very young, blonde, buxom lady.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I want her robe. And I took her robe off, and then boom, I just got full nudity. And I'm streaming, and I'm like, oh, shit. I'm like streaming, and I'm like, oh, Jesus. And I have my hand up covering the spot where I'm like, I can't show this on stream. And, oopsies. I have to think twice before looting if I'm going to stream this game.
Wow.
So all that to say is, so far, I really, really like Skyrim VR a lot.
Okay.
And if you're willing to do the legwork, I think vanilla it's not as bad as they're saying. but they've justly earned those reviews for not doing as much work as they could have. But it's still a decent experience.
Yeah.
Too expensive. Wait for a sale.
Yeah.
It's a decent VR experience.
Dece.
But if you
I like
but
this.
if you want a mod, you're gonna get a fun experience.
I'm gonna start saying
so
dece
far,
instead of decent. Can I
Dece.
do that? Am I allowed?
Decent.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
decent.
I like it.
It's a short form. I shorted it.
Yeah, I know. It saved you a whole syllable, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so I could go on and on about it. I'm probably going to be playing some more, so we'll be bringing it up again.
Yeah.
But was unexpected. And it's a good time. You know, you guys returned. I think John did. I don't know if but you did a little bit to Mass Effect.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of missed the boat on that, but you know, it
was there
feels
a
like
mod
a good
for that too?
time,
Is there
an
a-
opportunity to return to an old game and play through again. I'm kind of like, and the classic music, and you know, if you haven't played World of Warcraft for a while and you get back and you're in your favorite zone like Grizzly Hills, and you're like, oh, this music, man, it just.
So,
gives me
but do
memories,
they have
you
a
know?
mod? Do they have a VR mod for that thing for Mass Effect? That'd be cool. I doubt they do.
No.
But,
I mean, no, I don't think so. The one they're working on that I saw that was big
yeah.
was a big release. Half-Life 2 is coming soon, but no, one just got released by that guy. I think it was. Hang on, I gotta Google it. I think it was a pretty big one. Oh, Final Fantasy 7 remake.
Oh, okay. Really?
Yeah, new. Yeah,
So
I
that's
don't know why.
do
It
you-
doesn't seem like the right one, but he does have. This guy has a Patreon that earns him like good cheddar. I can't remember, but it's like $14.50 a month. Or no, his lowest tier for VR stuff is $13.50, and he had like 1,000 or more like stuff. I don't know. He's making good bank on these mods, so I think.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
Final Fantasy 4 Remake Integrate is the next VR, and you're like.
weird.
In Elden Ring, you can play VR games in third person. It's fine. So if you just want that depth and experience. But I will say those mods, you have to turn the graphics down on them. The nice thing about Skyrim, because it's an older game, I can crank that thing to the pedal to the metal, load
Yeah.
it up full of mods, and I'm like, I'm good. Super sampling all the way to the top.
Yeah.
Screw your DLSS. I don't need the savings on my, and I can stream it at the same time. Like, you know, it's
Screw
It's,
you, DLSS.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need your pixel savings, because it's an old game.
Yeah.
Like it's not, you know. So his mods are for new games. They're more technically intensive, I think, and so you have to really turn on the graphics. So there's a trade-off. That's more of a novelty. The mods that are doing well is this Skyrim VR. It's actually not a mod. The base game is VR, but the mods for it are fantastic. Half-Life 2 is going to be great because it's just going to be Alex in Half-Life. So I know.
Are you just getting the mods directly out of Steam Workshop, or are these part of their store?
Nexus mods, and a few are hosted on their own site because they have issues with Nexus mods, and they're still respected, but they're on their own sites. No, I paid a monthly sub to Nexus mods because they cap at 2 megabyte download speeds.
Yeah.
Some of the mods are like full gigabytes of. One of them was like 100 gigabytes.
That's
like
how
I'm
they
just
get
like.
you. Yeah.
I'm like, all right, here's your $10. I need the if I'm gonna play this, I need the full 4K texture packs. I need it all, except for the sex stuff. I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna skip that stuff.
Yeah.
There's other, I just no thanks. I think it's
not your jam.
tried it. It's
He has
It is what-
Dominatrix Simulator. If you want.
it is what it
It's
is.
a different game.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. I don't. I want to be concentrating on Dovahkiin stuff, not on procreation.
Procreation.
Provokine.
Provoking.
Provokine.
It's a cream
There was a joke in there
Provoking,
somewhere, but
provoking.
I
for
failed.
your balls.
Yeah.
I failed. Yeah. I don't need that. Although maybe, who knows, if I do get married in the game, we may want to consummate, and I may
Yeah, just temporarily
put
install
an
it.
O-sex ring on it.
Yeah.
So
Stream
yeah,
it, but do
and-
this the whole time. Look up like that.
I can't show you
can't
what
show
I'm
you what's
doing, but
happening.
know that it's very
It's
pleasurable.
very good.
yeah, but that I'm impressed with it. It still feels like an old game, but I got sucked in. I'm like, I'm gonna play for an hour. Next thing you know, it's 3 a.m, and I don't want to stop. I'm like, but I need to get to Windhelm. You know, like it's
That's good. Got you by the tail, this old ass game. That's great.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. A few other things to mention on the gaming front. I lost my castle in V Rising. Oops.
Oh, you lost it. I thought it said castle done. I see now it says castle gone. Oh,
Castle
man.
gone.
That means mine's gone. Crap.
I'm not that sad. I really liked that game and wanted to make it a thing. But I
Well,
realized I just play too many different games.
It's still in early access.
I'm
who
still looking
knows?
for that thing that's my game, and V Rising, I was really excited about it, but I pulled a bow.
Yeah.
And, it was fun while it lasted. I had a week off work when I played it.
I'm excited to see what that thing is on full 1.0 release. That's my thing now. I'm like,
I think so, too. I feel like, I still have a few bosses to kill, but the content, it really felt like unless I was going to really get serious about PvP, there's nothing to do, and the PvP felt like a lot of self-management. Like you'd have to
Hit the
get
ceiling,
20 people
yeah.
on a server, agree to do PvP, and be dicks to one another. And I'm just like, I don't have the friend group anyways.
so server's still up though, right?
And I don't, judging by some of the interactions, people. Not that there were very many, but a few people were like, "Hey, you're farming my stuff."
Oh, really?
In the V Rising chat, I was like, "All right, guys, play nice now."
Oh,
Nothing
geez,
terrible. I just saw a few interactions that were a little territorial. And I'm like, maybe I should turn PvP on.
This is how vampires. This is how vampires get into vampire war.
Let
They
them fight.
start taking each other's
Well,
trees.
that's true to life,
Yeah.
right? If you're vamping in someone else's feeding ground,
Yeah. Or if
it's
you're
vampire,
chopping,
it's vampire
yeah.
beef.
You don't want to be chopping down your neighbor's trees and then pretending you're yours. I get it.
Yeah,
I totally
that's a
get
good. That's a good analogy.
I almost bought Furthest Frontier because of your recommendation last week. I didn't do it because I had this one game rule this week. So why should
You
I
won't
get?
finish that game. There's no ending.
That's okay.
That's
I like
gonna
games
put
that
you
no ending.
behind on your completion list.
Put me behind on everything. But how? So still great. I assume you're loving it.
I played a shitload of it. I streamed a shitload of it, and funny enough, it's like that game. Actually, a lot of people were interested in it. My viewership was as strong as Elden Ring's on stream for that, which I was quite shocked by, considering the kind of game it was. And then I went to play Skyrim, and only the hardest of hardcore stuck around. But Farthest Frontier it's really good. I played through. I've done all the tech tree, got all the
instead. So
buildings, tried it all out, tried a few different maps. I've built the city as high as 400 people. That one was off stream because, like, when I say like I'm done streaming and going to bed, sometimes it's hard, and I
get you.
turn
You don't
it
go to
back on
bed.
and get
Yeah.
another hour or two in there, and I'm like, I shouldn't have done that. But that game is earning my respect, and I gotta say, the Kingdoms Reborn account followed me today. I was like, oh, so I'm probably gonna have to give that a check out too, because I'm flattered by the follow.
Yeah.
So I did the follow back, and I was like, maybe there's a core listener amongst the Kingdoms Reborn people, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of nice. That's a genre I like, and maybe I'll check out their game.
Can't remember
So,
the game Kingdom. Oh, I know this.
It's just another one of these in early access. There's like a number of them, but like pedigree-wise, none of them stuck out to me. Like Farthest Frontier, and I'm being a bit of a snob about Banished. I love Banished so much; it's the best.
Banished is pretty good.
But and so all these
Oh,
pretenders. to
I
the
own
throne.
Kingdoms Reborn. That's why this is familiar.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I
now?
got a code for it forever ago. It was
Oh,
very
sweet. Have you
early on
played it?
in their early access. I think I installed it and haven't played it yet.
So the the interesting thing. Let me wishlist it now, because I'm not going to get to it right away. The interesting thing is this has multiplayer,
Yeah.
and it actually looks pretty sweet. I look at it; it has different biomes, it has multiplayer.
It's got like a Civ
And
kind of thing when you
penguins are in
zoom
it,
out.
Actually, they've added penguins, so
When you zoom way out, I feel like it looks a lot like a Civ game with
Yeah.
a lot of that kind of micro or macro management. And then when you zoom in, it's like, oh no, you're building a full-on town in here. There's a city inside this, and yeah.
But it has a lot of the staples. I'd be willing to give it a try. There's some stuff in Farthest Frontier that isn't in Banished that I was a little grumpy about, but now that I've played for a while, I'm like, oh, totally fine with it. So, it's that whole WoW thing, right? Like, the text is the wrong font. I'm not happy with this new Final Fantasy. Things are different. You just give it some time and you realize it's fine and maybe
Yeah.
even better.
Sure.
So I feel I've earned that with Farthest Frontier. So I like it, and maybe Kingdoms Reborn I should take a second look at.
There's a lot of very positive reviews about this game. I mean, both of them are getting good reviews.
I
but-
mean, overall they're good. It's fun. So this genre suffers from that because, like, whenever I'm looking at the comments, I'm looking for the people who are going to compare it to Banished.
yeah.
So I think people play it and they might like it, but then I want to know someone who likes Banished what they think of it. If they're like, it's a pretender to the throne, then I'd be like, okay, well, you guys might like it. It's not what I'm looking for.
Well, here's what this guy said. He says it's a great game. It's a mix of Civilization with Banished. So there that works. How about this one? This guy says a more modern Banished. Says this guy.
Yeah.
Someone else. Let's see. Reminded me of Banished. Says another guy.
I like the way you're saying banished.
Banished.
It's banished.
Yeah. So
like,
I don't know.
Banished
seems to be a really important watermark for a lot of City Builder fans, like yourself. You like that Banished.
Yeah, it's a classic. Justin also in the chat room wants to know if I can keep the V server rising. I'll let you guys know if I plan on shutting it off. This game. So my Valheim server is still going. I don't love paying money for nothing, but there are several games that are on my early access daily check-in list. Like I'm on their Discord. I keep it in my Steam library. That's Valheim, V Rising, War Tales, and Baldur's Gate 3. Those are like my big, and I guess Farthest Frontiers now on that list.
Yeah.
It's kind of annoying that I have all these games that I have to check in with, just to keep track of because they're not fully out yet. Yeah. But at the same time, it's fun to have news and reasons to get back into your favorite games. So I don't plan on closing. I'll let you guys know if I plan on closing it. But I feel like this is a game I can, if there's we'll see how frequent their updates are. If they're as slow as Valheim, I might give it a second thought. But
yes, Valheim's notoriously slow with their updates.
It's been a year and a half or more, and they've released updates, but there's been no new biome, or maybe there's been one.
Yeah,
the one was close to after launch. I don't know. I've only ever played. There's been no updates during the time I played. Very little, some small ones.
I played it on my Xbox. I forgot to tell you guys about that about a month ago when it first hit Game Pass, and I thought, let's just see how this looks on, with a controller on Game Pass. It looked good, played good, it's fine.
Valheim's on Game Pass.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I thought it was next year.
Nope. They put it out early. Well, I don't know if they did it early, but it's definitely.
You played on your PC with your controller, or is it?
You can, but I played on my Xbox. So.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and looked good. Looked good on my TV.
Yeah. Well, that's great.
Yeah.
So it's a good game. Also a voxel game, I believe, like Voxel Doom.
Oh, everyone loves a good voxel.
There's also a VR mod for that, but it looks janky. I'm waiting. And also for Deep Rock Galactic, I gotta check in on.
Yeah, get in there, see what's going on with those guys, because you can't let.
Anyways, I'm rambling. Skyrim VR. It's
Skyrim VR. Play it. It's your game of the week. All right.
Oh, mashup.
Oh yeah, we got a mashup. Check this out. So get this mashup from Jamie. I don't know what do I have the votes? Crap. Let me check. Oh, here it is. Our current tally as to who said the name. Which, by the way, the name of this one is Bridge Over the River Schmidt. Okay, that's the title. Scott 41%. You guys know me too well. Bo 34, John 25. How did you guys vote?
I voted for you because Schmidt seems exactly like the name you would come up with.
So I know what's unfair is I know the answer to this because I remember.
Oh, you remember this?
I guess I'm putting my foot in my mouth if it turned out to be wrong. Actually, I shouldn't say that.
That'd be funny.
I remember, but I'm fairly confident. Well, I don't know if I want to say or not with my level of confidence.
Don't say it yet because we're going to play it and we'll find out because I don't remember this at all.
Maybe I should say it. Or
write it on a copy of today's newspaper.
Yeah.
And
then hold it up.
To the camera.
And then
I'm gonna write it on my hand, okay? So.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And then you do a voice. You have your voice go, "Hello, I'm being garbled by the secret thing I'm doing." And you just do it like that.
It just seems like a go-to Scott name to me.
Yeah.
So you saw some pen on my hand.
I saw your pen.
Real quick.
I didn't see the answer, but all right. So he's written it on there.
I was like, how do I do this without revealing the answer?
Yeah, you did it good. All right, here we go. I'm playing it. Nothing makes that stuff seem more weenie-ish than when you look at the actual problems.
We need your help. I think Phil Spencer might be the new Messiah. Sorry, I gotta get up.
Bo's just like, I gotta leave. I gotta make my point as I go out the door. This is the way I'm
turning my lights on. It's getting dark in here. I had excrement-related problems this week too. I feel like, brother.
Do we want to know more or no?
Oh, I pissed my pants.
Whoa, what? Tell me.
Yeah, well, I sat down to take a shit, and then I went to go for a pee, but, my pecker was aimed out of the toilet bowl and peed into my pants. And I'm at work without a change of clothes, and I'm like, Frank! I had an infraction, but it didn't result in me going to jail.
Right. Like, if you bite a girl on the neck too hard, she'll let you know.
I bit a boob too hard.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man, I don't want to know any of this. Why do I know this
These things happen. As you learn how to do things properly, maybe there was the bite. It was but,
Man,
it was an apology.
This whole episode should be called Bo TMI.
Yeah, Bo TMI.
Just learning so much today.
Damn. And he's 81 now, and he's probably not putting his semen in anyone's underwear now, is my thinking. It's like our job here is just to give Jamie stuff to put in the
We don't just say the news, we also deliver our deductions.
That's right. That's right.
I've thought about this, and at 86 years old, I do believe his semen is not going in the underwear of other people.
You're killing me.
You didn't bite like a nipple off like a cigar and spit it out like
No. But it left a mark, and it was not appreciated, and I didn't realize it till after the fact, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I'll be more careful in the future.
Yeah. See, and Marv Albert didn't do any of that. He just went, get on the bed, here's my semen. The good news is there's a new Skate game, Skate 4. People are excited about that. Are you all right? What happened?
I stole my coffee. Sorry, it's a nut house in here today. I don't know what's going on.
This might be my favorite show already.
Look at this. My leg is like all...
Oh, yeah, you're all wet. You look like you peed. Like your thing with the seat lid that everybody knows about.
Oh, my gosh. This episode is so good. But I was just walking away mid-sentence. like an old man just, I will make my point from across the road.
What's the other Kim's Convenience? Like
Schitt's Creek.
Bridge over the River Schmidt.
Oh! Schitt's Creek, but bridge over the... wait. I have to tell that to my wife.
Over the River Schmidt.
Okay. That was you, dude. Oh my gosh, it was Bo. Oh, you wrote it. Yep, it's Bo. You did it. You remember that?
I remembered it because I know the Bridge over the River Kwai as a real movie starring Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's literally I'm shocked by this one. That sounds like something I would only say.
I was shocked at myself for getting it wrong. I was like, how could you? That's
I feel like he was channeling you with the mess up.
Yeah.
He said it, but I feel like he was pulling inspiration.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like some dumb thing I've said before.
Scott's a bad influence?
I'm saying I'm an influence. Not a bad one. Just an influence.
Yeah, it's just an influence.
Well done. That was great. Enjoyed it. Awesome, Jamie, as always. Jamie's got COVID, so COVID to Jamie. Hope you feel better, dude. I think he's already feeling better. But
sorry, it's not funny. I hope you feel better.
I know.
Too, dude.
It's really going around, man.
The thing is the way Scott said it, it sounded like you said COVID to Jamie, like you were just gifting it.
Wishing it to him?
Thanks for the mashup.
Yeah.
COVID for you.
Yeah, COVID to Jamie.
COVID to Jamie.
Come in, Jamie. COVID to Jamie. All right. Here's email.
That's a good question.
We got an email from a listener. This is an email that came to us at talktothecore@gmail.com from Eric, who says, hello, core dudes. I have a question for Bo about his feelings toward genuine interaction in VR. I feel like you speak of it jokingly for the most part. I can't tell if the times you say a person trolls a server or space is funny, or if they are a hindrance to legitimate interaction. It seems like you love the chaos because you are able to sit back and enjoy it. But some people are not. I'm not trying to judge or say one way is the right way. My real question to you is, do you believe VR space has space for everyone? Or do you just have to be okay with craziness happening all around, and that's the way it is? Is there room for people who want a deep experience because they can't find it in physical time and space? Love the show, Eric. It's an interesting question. What do you think of that?
I mean, this doesn't just apply to VR.
It's true. It doesn't.
Like apply, like our teabagging conversation. Like obviously nobody wants a teabag in their face.
No.
And if you were to ask me, like, in a mature, responsible world, everyone should have a nice, pleasant online experience. But it is kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I won't do it, but I will appreciate the humor. It's one of those things where it's like, people get hurt, or people get offended, or like you're saying here, it's not funny to everybody, and I understand that.
Sure.
So it's always good when it's like in a safe direction. They call it punching up, I guess, or punching evenly at a peer. But like, yeah, it's that sort of thing. So I think if that's what you're getting at, I don't know what comments you're specifically talking about, like trolling a server or space. Just sometimes it's funny. Like, I guess he's talking about the Barack Obama with the emoji jizz guy. You know, like.
I don't remember that. Did we talk about that?
Well, it's in VR chat, yeah. So there's like one of the guys was just going around humping other people, right? Like, well, in particular, someone with a very hot avatar, like, you know, full body motion, was dancing around, was being very provocative, probably a dude. And that, you know what? That's fine. That's the great thing about VR chat. It makes you question all kinds of things about your identity and sexuality. If it's a female avatar there, does it really matter who's on the other side? All that kind of stuff. But anyways, it's funny, but also it's rude. And I think, I don't know if everyone has the same thing, but it's vacillating between just a love of immature humor, but also I don't want anyone to get hurt.
Yeah, I get it.
I think it's not that I pick one side or the other. It's just that, you know, it's immature humor, you know, like it's just hard not to laugh at some of this stuff, but at the same time, you know, I don't like anyone to get hurt. So I feel like that's, so I mean, VR experiences are going to be designed for the most part, if it's by large responsible companies, to not promote any of this, but people find a way to do this stuff. Like, you know, people logging in on Call of Duty with voice changers pretending to be someone for
it happens all the time.
Those, you know, it's like happens all the time, but there's a difference between mean-spirited play and kind of innocent trolling. Like, I think there is a level of trolling that is funny without being harmful, and there's people just being total dicks. There definitely is a spectrum, and not everyone sees the hurt that they do with what they do. I think there's a lot of that on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Like, some pranksters are just actually freaking awful, and I don't like that stuff.
No, I hate that stuff too. I feel like it's like an MMO a little bit. We talked about Final Fantasy 14 and your ability to sit in the town square and play music all day. It's not really trolling, but it's being a part of the game world in an unintended way, or a way that isn't natural to the normal flow of what you're to do in the game. And that's true of people who show up and dance, or big groups that are making, you know, I don't know, just stuff happen in town because of the way that they're doing it. This happens in WoW, happens everywhere. I think that kind of emergent stuff, again, when it's not aimed at hurting somebody, is kind of great. Like, I like that stuff. But it can be funny as crap. Like some of the memey stuff you see. I'll watch some of the videos in VR chat or of VR chat. Some of the stuff that happens in there is outrageously weird, and I really love it. But I'm not going to like any of it that's like mean or rude or, you know, I don't know.
So, you know, there's a vibe, I think, to overall chaos or trolling. And for me, like, you know, people want to get fair about who's going to get in trouble versus who's not. That's usually you throw the baby out with the bathwater in those situations, because, you know, there's always the worst people that ruin something that doesn't take it that far or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
So I like craziness and chaos in these spaces. It's funny, but, you know, there's definitely people that do get hurt, you know, who get seriously harassed. You know, like a funny prank might be to, like, where it's gone wrong, a good example of it is like swatting on Twitch and live stream, right? That's terrible.
Yeah.
It's awful. People get hurt. People have gotten killed over it. It's a prank, but it's horrible.
It's the worst thing.
Not funny.
Yeah.
But, you know, teasing your streamer if they know you, like how people came to John's defense in my stream, telling me they were playing solitaire as soon as I started my stream after last week's core, is, you know, good ribbing, appreciated, great, like funny. And so it's, yeah, I think feel if that answers your question, Eric.
I think it does. It answers mine. I
believe the VR space does have space for everyone. And I think, like, even with VR chat, like, you don't have to go public. You can make friends, go to private rooms, and just be with the people that you're okay with being, and vet them and go out with groups in public, just like you might do in real life.
Yeah, and guess what? So, this is going to scale like the internet does, and it will be a lot like that. There are places you can go on the internet that are dark, unholy holes that suck. Don't go there. And there are plenty of places that are not. It's going to be like that. And I hope it's like that, because that means that it won't be so tightly controlled by 3 companies or one government or something, and that needs to be open and big and available. It needs to grow like the web did, I think.
Yeah, it's funny. Ever since a few weeks ago since we did that, I've been having like this like periodic DM exchange with Dan Patterson about VR. We're all like, we're
Dan's
just
great.
chewing out our thoughts on VR, and it's like, hate it, but also it's exciting. Is where you kind of land at it, because it's like, VR. I think it's a tough sell until you really get into it and find something that you like about it, and like, because clearly for me, I'm like, I almost feel like I'm in a cult sometimes.
Yeah.
And not everyone listening is going to be into the VR stuff.
Sure.
But I do think an aspect of the future, I can see a VR headset in every home, a VR headset for everyone. I see the potential there, and these will bring about new questions.
Well,
like,
by the
part
way,
of me wants to get 3D cameras. Like, you can get live stream 3D cameras and stream. Like, not many people have headsets, so we'd have barely any engagement. But there are full-on content creators that create in 3D, that live stream in 3D, and the future of broadcasts like YouTube and stuff might be like feeling like you're literally sitting across the table from the people who are hosting content. It's kind of,
that's the dream.
It's a whole other world, and it's just the beginning.
Yeah, I agree. We're in the Wild West period. Also, Dan Patterson, shout out to him. They had a beautiful, healthy baby girl a couple of days ago.
Nice.
And congratulations to his new fatherhood and his wife and his little girl. I think he's probably listening more now, because he's got to be getting up and feeding that baby and stuff. Oh, John got up to pee or something.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Pulled the bow.
Yeah, he pulled a bow. That's all right. Here you go. That's your emails. talktothecore@gmail.com. If you want to be like Eric, be like him, and send us an email. And if you want to also be very cool, you can support us on Patreon, patreon.com/core show. It's a great place to do it, and it really helps us out a lot. So please do that. If you want Bo to have his fully virtualized 3D VR avatar head one day, well, support us here, and maybe we'll get closer to his goal.
Imagine me, but max headroom, but me.
Yeah, max. Yeah, exactly. Bo headroom is one way of putting it. All right. What else? I think that's everything.
Like a sideways slam against the bow headroom. Everyone and bow headroom.
There you go. Frogpants.com/core is our website. Talktothecore@gmail.com. CorePod, John_Jagger, Scott Johnson, Bo Schwartz. I don't know if John's going to be here to do his old lady.
John needs to do the recap. People have been commenting, like, I need to know what games were talked about at the end of the show.
Yeah, he got up and left. Let's see. We'll delay for him. Boy, that farthest frontier sure is far and frontierish. Man.
I don't know. I fell asleep after the Dear Martha. No games this week.
Is that your voice? Is that the lady voice? Wow.
Not really.
I don't know how I feel about that.
My voice. I don't know.
Well, look, we'll have him save up.
I tried.
He'll do it next week. He'll knock it out of the park. Hopefully everyone's okay over there. Sometimes I worry because he's got a little baby. You don't want him to.
Yeah, baby alert.
Oh, the kid ate a freaking rock and he can't breathe or something. That'd be terrible.
He ate weird eggs.
Yeah, he ate weird eggs. Oh my gosh, never do that to your kid. All right, that's going to do it for us. Thank you all for watching and listening and hanging out with us tonight. We really appreciate it. Go play some video games, and we'll see you next time.
This show is part of the Frog Pants Network. Yes. Get more at frogpants.com.
Wesker.
I wonder if you had to pee or something.
No, it's baby throw up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Barfy. His kids aren't feeling well, so. Sorry, guys. I know we like our traditions, but we start at 7. It's 10:48, so we've been streaming 3 hours.
3 hours. Although, so
minutes.
the show itself is 3:04. I was going to try so hard this week to make it shorter, and I couldn't pull it off.
I probably ruined any chances of that by providing any answers or insight on my part.
No, it's good stuff though. This is the problem. We don't want to lose any of that stuff. So
I think people like the long form show. I'm also, slept better last night, so that was a big
you did
factor.
good.
I was really fading last week, so you get crusty when you're sleepy.
Yeah, no kidding. What do you do to get good sleep? Do you have a trick? You have like a
No.
no.
No, I just didn't go to bed at 3. It was more in the 2 range.
Oh,
It's really bad. I've been staying up late playing video games lately.
I can't do that anymore. I used to be able to stay up really late and do that. I can't.
I shouldn't do that anymore. I feel it. That's why I get kind of lost and lose track of time.
Yeah.
And yeah,
It's
I really need someone in my life to just be like, hey, it's bedtime, or help me with that. Because like on my own, you can see we talked about my ability to manage time. I lose track of time. And
What if it's someone who said, "Bo, come to bed and bite my boob too hard"? What if that?
I mean, I think that's exactly.
Yeah, they probably they don't usually request it, but you never know.
Yeah, it's but it's fine. Maybe we'll sort that out next year.
Yeah.
We'll have more time for
We'll make it.
personal life and
We'll
stuff,
make
so.
it work. Hopefully, everything's okay over on his end. We'll check in with him a little bit later.
I hope so. It's sad to hear, but yeah, that Rona's going around.
Kids
Like, I know
barf, man.
somebody-
And plus, if it's the stomachy version, it's the worst.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm just I'm a ticking time bomb. It's only a matter of time before I get this.
You think so?
Oh yeah, I've gone too long without getting it. Everybody I know's had it multiple times in some cases.
But I feel like Neo in the Matrix. Like I have dodged so many close calls at this point too.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of wild.
I think that's part of my problem. Is I also feel a little matrixy, and I worry that that's giving me a false sense of like security.
Well, you know what? I think you're good to do it because Mike got it, and then Mike got it, and he was feeling sick, and he thinks he has it again, although he hasn't tested positive, and so is someone else I know. So getting it isn't a guarantee. You won't get not a lot of time happen between 1 and 2. So I say dodge, man.
You think I'd okay? Well, I'm gonna keep
I
dodging.
say keep dodging.
I'll keep dodging the best I can, but I'm a week
The good news
away.
is like a lot of the people I know got it. They were, they don't seem to have long-term effect. It doesn't seem like the scary thing it was.
Well, I'm a week. I mean, well, yeah, like we've gotten to a better place vaccination wise, herd immunity wise, like all that stuff. The new variants are super catchable but less deadly. Like there's all these reasons to be glad. But I'm about to go on a trip in a week.
Yeah. Everyone I know who's gone on a trip has gotten it.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that.
So, I mean, the thing is, I'm feeling a little like I think I'm going into it. I don't think I'm coming out of it, which is what I was kind of hoping because over the course of just this show, like my throat has just gotten more and more sore, and I've gotten a little, a little distant in my thinking. So I have a feeling I'm walking into it at the moment, but
boo,
it's not fun, but like, I'll survive. I'm functioning as a adult member of the household. I'm getting by so far, so hopefully it's not too bad.
Baby, okay? Hurled?
Yeah, we don't know if it's the sickness or he just didn't like the texture of his food and just gagged on it a little bit, but yeah, he's struggling a bit with like chewing. He likes to squirrel his food. He doesn't really like to chew food yet. So he's been very slow to learn that. And so he's now getting pretty decent at chewing, but every now and then he just falls back on old habits and he doesn't want to chew. And then he tries to swallow something too big and just gags it all up. So it was just too much for my wife to juggle getting him cleaned and into the bath by herself. So
how'd she let you know? Did she yell your name or did she text you? Or
she texted me.
I've been there, done that. That's no fun. Well, good. I'm glad he's okay though. We were worried he's like, no, you don't want him with a bottle of Drano or something weird, No. It's pretty dark. By the way, the story of Bayek's story might land on you better now. You might enjoy it more because it's a very father-son journey. That thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should play that game.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't I don't want to run around in the desert.
Yeah, you don't like the
fun
desert
at all to me.
There's a lot of trees and stuff. It's the rivers. There's the
Desert
Nile. It's the best water of the 3 games. I stand by that. It's got amazing water tech. It's real good.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's real good in the second one.
It's not my setting. Like I've never been a Egypt folklore and as a setting. Like it's just never been my thing.
I get it.
And I don't know if that's a desert thing. Everybody has their interests, but I didn't even know that the Greek gods and all of that was going to really capture me. I've never really thought of that as my thing. But then it turns out it was because, I put all that time into Odyssey and then turned right around and started playing Phoenix Rising.
Oh, right.
And was like, yep, just more of it. Just
Yeah,
give me
Greek
more
stuff's
of it. I'm all
awesome,
for
too.
it.
I agree. It's good. That thing just dropped on Game Pass yesterday. So Phoenix Rising is now on Game Pass.
Oh, nice.
Which might be cool because I can play that on cloud and it will use the cloud saves, even though I own it on the... So that's where I bought it, was on the Xbox. So I already have it there. And I think that means I automatically now get like cloud saves and cloud play out of it. I think. I don't know. I have to look into it. Well, anyway, I hope everyone doesn't barf. And
Yep, don't barf.
that you can eat and that. And Bo, that your VR world doesn't have too many boobs. And I'm going to go now. We'll see you guys later. Okay. That's it. Thank you guys for listening and hanging out on YouTube tonight. Like I said, we were having problems, or I was having problems logging into Twitch earlier. So that's why we did this. And I think it worked out okay. Feel pretty good about it. I'm not saying we'll turn to it permanently or anything. I don't know. Maybe we will. Depends. If I get more hits on this video than I usually do, if we get more people in the chat than I usually do, we might, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. But no barfs. Nobody barf. Everybody have a great night. We'll see you soon.